Good afternoon to everybody. This space is going to be concentrated into a rerun of Avdiivka, the overall outlay. I'm going to first to redevelop what I said about a month ago over what I saw the movement on the Russian side compared to the losses, geolocation of the losses, and size of the losses. Uh, it will be done because, unfortunately, as you know, the previous design and the previous handle was taken away. Once again, those are things that happen. Martyrdom is a sign of success and not the contrary. It's a joke, by the way. And then let's start. First of all, this thread is going to be rehashed from what we saw happening in the morning of the 10th. Actually, according to every single source on the Russian side, probe attacks started the 8th. There were mostly artillery attacks, and they, according to the Ukrainians themselves, disabled a couple of communication nodes and at least 2 forward positions on the south. What followed was as much as a clusterfuck as a designed approach. And that approach was, in my opinion, although it still turned out to be a minor clusterfuck, was designed to cover a lot of ground from Krasnogorivka towards the coke plant and a lot of ground from Opitne towards Severne. The Severne approach initially was the lightest and actually the most important and the most successful in terms of space travel. But then it turned out into a slugfest because it was undermanned. The positions, I'm going to redo the thread actually so everybody knows what we are talking about, but those who were here about a month ago under another handle would recognize the pattern. So basically, the main assault was around the coke plant. They were supposed to take the heap slag. That heap would give them a lot more room to breathe because it would stop the Ukrainians from attacking them from atop that place. We saw the videos. They were attacked by almost everything between the 10th and the 18th. Finally, the 16th, there were no more Ukrainians in the heap. And on the 19th, definitely the heap was taken and Ukrainians were back to the rail line. From the 19th to the 22nd, the Ukrainians were completely pushed back from the rail line, adjacent to the heap slag, and were back to the coke plant. From the 23rd to the 27th, multiple pictures and videos from the 47th, the 110th, and at least two other brigades were from within the coke plant, the underground under the cooling towers, and the underground going towards the dispensary number 3, which, as I said, dates from at least the Soviet times. It's basically an underground network or tunneling that goes from the coke plant within the east of the city of Avdiivka, and it goes exactly where it is supposed to go, which is the hospital or the dispensary number 3 over there. There are 2 other tunnels from the coke plant. I'm going to put them on the thread that I'm going to redo again. One of them gets them out around Lastochkine, but it's not in Lastochkine, it's just outside in a field. And the second tunnel gets them out around the Kimki. So Kimki is the stop for a coke plant for the locals, get them to the Kimki bus station, and it leads them to the edge of the coke plant towards the city of Avdiivka on the western edge, northwestern edge. Once again, don't worry, I'm just going to repost what I posted. I'm going to be also a bit more precise because the first thread was in the heat of the so-called battle. We hadn't seen exactly what was going on. Multiple people surmised that there was a failure on the Russian side. There was indeed a failure because the Ukrainians are still milking footage from the 10th, 11th, and 17th. And I thought that the Russians were somehow successful with their electronic warfare. It apparently maybe has become so because 110th started multiple videos where they were begging for drones, but the 10th, the 11th, for sure they could use the FPVs, their small drones and on, for a period of time, which proved fatal to a lot of Russian mechanized units. I'm speaking about vehicles, of course. On top of it, there also was probably a huge intelligence failure on the Russian side, in the sense that I don't know how it happened, but for the first 2 days prior to the attack, so from the 8th to the 10th, they apparently didn't see the planting of new mines, new lines of mines around the northern corner going to Stepove. We saw the small plantation that is on the hook there. I'm going to also make the map, don't you worry, where they lost at least 4 to 5 tanks. And on the cross, they lost a couple of BTRs and BMPs. The mines looked upon from the drone are fresh. You can see they're really on the surface. They're difficult to see from the ground level going at 30, 40, 50 kilometers per hour. But they're very visible from drones. So on that aspect, it seems to me that the Russians still went for it by saying that whatever we're losing right now, we are going to breach that area. It's going to allow us to follow up with a armored push, which they did on the 17th. It cost them more equipment losses, but they pushed the Ukrainians very deep. Now we know that from the 17th to 21st, despite whatever was said by the Ukrainians, given the footage that we know was shown by both sides, the Ukrainians attempted a counterattack after week 1. The transfer of the 47th Brigade, along with at least another brigade, to support the defense of Avdiivka happened between the 12th and the 21st. 21st, 22nd, 23rd probably was the ill-fated counterattack by day and by night. There was the counterattack by day, as we saw, that involved a Leopard tank and at least 4 Bradleys. There was another counterattack by night that involved at least 2 to 4 other Bradleys. 2 were attacked by probably FPVs or ATGMs. Another was stuck way before, trying to cross over. And there are another 3 other Bradleys attacked completely behind the line of contact. One is actually very close in Berdishi, and 2 others are in Ocheretine and in Nova Alexandrovka. I said when we saw that attack that it is a huge deal, because it means that the 47th is not staying in Berdishi as they apparently were for the first attack. They are now pushed very back, so over 15 kilometers by trail or by road, which means that any kind of counter they're gonna attempt to mount is gonna be visible, and the results. I showed the location. I also showed the results. Actually, the Russians showed the results. It's going to be ill-fated, and they're going to lose those vehicles, or at least get them damaged and stop their attempted counterattacks. So, given all this information we know now, I had hatched a plan initially the 17th that I'm going to review, but just a little bit. Almost nothing's going to be changed. I'm going to put, well, an update to what I said and what I think is going on now. First of all, the first approach was that I was explaining Avdiivka into a more strategic general plan. This more strategic general plan is pretty simple. That is, Avdiivka is a pathway towards the sister cities up north, Donbass, North Donetsk Oblast, which are actually 3 of them are the bigger ones. The one, Drushkovka is rather smaller. So basically you have Konstantinovka, Slavyansk, and Kramatorsk. Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, I don't need to describe them. They are extremely important as a peer value, because those are the 2 first cities, those 2 sister cities saw the beginning of the war in Donbass. And then Konstantinovka is very important because it is enabling the Ukrainians to stop the push around Bakhmut, Artemovsk. I'm going to have to start using Artemovsk, by the way, because Bakhmut or Bakhmut was literally to mock the Ukrainians. I think is long overdue now. In the foreseeable future, the Ukrainians are not going to get the city back, so I'd rather start calling by its real name, unless the Russians changed again, which is Artemovsk. So basically, that was the step. This was part of another thread that I had made. Someone asked me, okay, what is going on? What's next for the Russians? Okay, the Zapo counteroffensive, the counteroffensive generally failed. What is going to happen next? Well, it's very simple. I said there were 3 steps in my opinion. Those 3 steps could be simultaneous or could be staged. So the first step was a correction. Everything that was lost or was contested during the counter needed to be, if not outright retaken, at least put in jeopardy for the Ukrainians. This is happening. You can see around Bakhmut, especially in the north, there is a complete reclaiming of the Berkivka reservoir. There are some movements also up north. In Zapo, we have some slight counterattacks, Pritunie, Novodonetsk. In there of Lobkovest, Piataki is being retaken, Zherebyaki probably is going to be next. And most importantly, we had the discussion about this. I made a post, and I think it's still up. Urozhanye was taken the 13th of August, 2023, according to the Ukrainians. And since then, the front over there completely stopped, and it's in the process of being rolled back, as we are seeing right now. Why? This is going to be for another space, but more or less because whatever was claimed by the guys on the ground, supposedly, primarily the Vostok Battalion and Kodakovsky, there was a Russian CB, so counter-battery fire, and there was Russian artillery working on. You cannot explain a stalling of 3 months in such an easy place for the Ukrainians to advance if there is nothing that is changing. Unless, of course, the losses on the Ukrainian side during the offensive actions, which were extensive, and we have seen the damage around Staromayorsk and Urozhanye, and the whole Vremensky Ledge, it was extensive, and for that direction, the Ukrainians lost way more than they were supposed to lose. But this is for another thread. Basically, to reestablish everything, the corrections are happening. They are not positive, because I would say that these corrections should have been the focusing point for the Russians instead of the counteroffensive in Avdiivka. Why? Because Avdiivka is supposed to be the second stage, which is a streamlining of the front. Avdiivka is a salient. It's very complicated for Ukrainians to sustain it, but also complicated for the Russians to close it. So Avdiivka can be, first of all, a correction on the line if you want, but mostly a streamlining, so a phase 2 operation. That streamlining is going to push the Ukrainians far beyond the current line, and would also open the door for a fire bag for the direction of Pisky and also down in Ugledar, because you're going to have this protrusion of Russian advance up to the Karlovka reservoir in that direction. I'm going to remake a map for that, because I think that I've spread this design over multiple threads into 2 different handles, and part of them were lost, obviously, and the other part is not that clear. So I would like to, redo everything, and that's what this space is about. And then the third aspect of it was that, in fact, for all the talk about an attack on Sumy, an attack on Chernigov, an attack even on Kiev, the reality is, as I said, for the Russians, the political temptation and also impetus is to just clear Donbass out of Ukrainian forces. Once that is done, Zelensky loses his political bet and gamble in Donbass. The Russian military, since the beginning, is trying to make Donbass and Crimea a viable option for Russia. For as long as there was a frozen front and Crimea was in the state it was also isolated with only one route going in, which was the bridge, and then the Sea of Azov serving as a quasi-Russian lake. So the supply for the Crimean Peninsula was complicated. Instead now, since the special military operation, or the shit show with guns, at least Crimea as a goal is perfectly survivable, but at the same time, the Donbass so-called experiment now is perfectly survivable. There is a connection between Crimea and Donbass. That connection was to be Zaporozhye. Zaporozhye is over 70% Russian now. It is not in threat of being retaken by Ukraine at the moment and probably within 2 to 3 years, but it's still under threat given the fact that the corridor between the Sea of Azov and the front line is maximum 95 kilometers right now. Of course, in straight line. If you were attacked by the corners, it can be up to 130 kilometers, but that's something different. So what's going on? What's going on is very simple. By shifting the forces, and this is an explanation I've already done, by shifting the forces to defend in the Donbass, given how the Russians have a ease of supply over there, the Ukrainians are going to, in my opinion, but probably also in the Russian general's opinion, are going to deplete whatever forces they could spare from their failed counteroffensive. This, of course, it's not something that nobody can see. I already said I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I can read a map, and probably a million people on both sides can read a map. So I'm saying NATO, Ukraine, and Russian, and whoever is helping them. This means that whoever designed, and I spoke about the Blackbird group analysis that started with Avdiivka is not important. It doesn't matter anything. Well, once you look about the heights, once you look about the railroad and the roads within the Donbass and beyond that in Dnipropetrovsk or in Kharkov, you're like, okay, bro, the cope is nice, but the reality is nicer. The road from Avdiivka, be that the railroad that goes to Ocheretine, I made a trade over that. You can see that Ukrainians have seriously entrenched that party. And also the road going up north towards Konstantinovka joins with the Bahmut-Chasov road, which means that, in fact, every sign, if you read the map, if you can read the map, every sign is pointing towards a double-pronged attack meant to both create a second front towards Konstantinovka, a third one actually, because the Russians are also pushing in New York, but that front is stalled and it's very complicated for them, and they cannot follow up with a highway that goes straight up south to north towards Konstantinovka. So they open second front there, but that second front also is risking to sever a far more vital artery into the sister cities up north. And I explained that if you go up towards the road, the railroad in Ocheretine, then you cut short towards Berezivka. There is a exchanger there, and that goes from Pokrovsk towards Konstantinovka. It's the shortest route within the Ukrainian lines. It's the fastest route, and if you cut that one, in average, it gives you a detour of 80 to 320 kilometers if you do it by road or if you do it by rail. And that also neutralizes in part the importance of Pokrovsk on a straight line. Of course, Pokrovsk can still be used as an exchanger. It's still way too far for the Russian army to meaningfully interdict it by fire. We saw that Pokrovsk was attacked a couple of times, including by Iskander or Tornado S. In one ammunition train and one fuel train. However, once again, it's not enough. And most importantly, there is enough backfield behind Pokrovsk to simply not be a death blow for the Ukrainian effort in Donbass. However, for Konstantinovka, that blow would be almost fatal because you cannot sustain Chasov Yar and the Bahmut operation. The Bahmut operation is already losing steam because of Avdiivka, and the Bahmut operation, if it loses completely steam and the Russians push back towards Ivanovsky, Chasov Yar, are going to be at 4 to 5 kilometers to Konstantinovka, and then the real party starts. Because once you have a kind of death road scenario for Konstantinovka, the next step is Drushkovka up north, but Drushkovka is very small, so it's not going to be a secondary hub for the Ukrainian military. The next hub would have to be Slavyansk. And as you know, Slavyansk is already under threat up north, and the Russians are way closer. So your real point of saliency, your real point of defense would be Kramatorsk. Kramatorsk is very nice as a defensive point, but in the second part of the space, I'm going to explain why Kramatorsk is going to be the hill the Ukrainian military in Donbass is going to die on, but that's going to be the next step. So this is a presentation, why I thought what the Russians were going to do, and if you, well, are impartial, you don't need to be okay with me, you don't need to like me, you don't even need to appreciate what I'm saying, you can be extremely critical, but once you look at the map, you have to admit there is sense in what I'm saying, and that's exactly what I'm going to do with the second part, with the high tactics from the Russian army, because it's the same thing playing also in Kupiansk. And that's why the Russians are very happy to grind and not have large arrow offensives. And it's also because of the Ukrainians. If the Russians could go fast and clean, they would do it. I'm not saying that the Russians are doing this 100% on purpose, but for them, this kind of strategy and tactics are completely fine for as long as the Ukrainians are pressured. A small digression note is that all this is literally underlining what the whole Timor criminal group predicted. November was the complete cessation of initiative on the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainians were completely going to lose the initiative all over the front, and they are trying to subside some glimpses of initiative, mostly in Zaporozhye. When it comes to Kherson, it's a completely different affair because there is no initiative there. They are trying to make a beachhead around eastern Kherson, but the biggest problem there is that they cannot resupply it. So right now is, I'd say, mosquito attacks meant to do a lot of PR, which is true, do also a lot of damage, and that's why they've set this whole very complicated strategy of FPV and artillery systems. But the problem is that they cannot earn anything from it. As I said, the biggest problem with Ukraine right now is that they can maybe damage a lot of things on the Russian side, but they cannot exploit it. On the flip side, any damage that the Russians have been doing right now has been exploited in the sense that Ukraine has lost initiative, Ukraine is losing ground. Okay, not much, and I'm not saying it's the victorious counteroffensive, not at all. I'm just saying that Ukraine, whatever result obtained during the 5 months counteroffensive, is losing every single step that would justify the losses of probably 25 to 30,000 people. Wounded, killed, POW, missing in action, and at least 1,000 pieces of equipment, which is, I hope it's reflected on Oryx, but it's not there. Oryx, it says that about 800 to 890 pieces were lost on the last 4 months, generally the whole front. I have another idea like there, but that's going to be for another space. And I had a discussion with another non-member of TWK, but it's extremely interesting. Shai Muratov, I have already pressed him forward. We are seeing a lot of changes for such small losses on the Ukrainian side. Either Ukrainians were under-equipped from the beginning, which they were, either they were under-delivered, which they weren't. Actually, they were over-delivered for what they technically needed, according to themselves. Either the Ukrainians have lost a lot more than they will say, and most of those losses are invisible, not because they are tanks, artillery, and so on, but most of them are logistical items, like pickups, trucks, and so on, which do not appear mostly because they're burnt into a fucking storage ship by an Iskander or by UMPK and so on, which we don't have a BDA. However, their movements, their supplies, the logistical lines are completely hampered right now. And that's why they are going for Kherson, because there they can easily hide that strain. They don't need tanks on Kherson. They need just an FPVs, make a lot of fucking noise, and advance. But that's, I'd say, the half scope for the next space. Now let's go back to Avdiivka. Basically, Avdiivka, I surmise that given the positions that we saw after the first week, the best options for them was to go through the south from the highway up to a hunting lodge called the Tsar's Hunting Lodge, and go around a very fortified area, which is the industrial area and the Saint Vidograti area. That place, if you have Google Earth with you or Google Maps, you're gonna see it's an absolute nightmare. It's extremely entrenched. You got a network of trenches and fire points, and it was also recently featured into a pseudo-plateau FPV drone footage. I geolocated every single point, and those actually give a very good view on how fortified, how entrenched that area is. And I said the best part would be to go in between that and the Tsar's Hunt, because it would allow the Russians to flank the fortified area and basically surrender the guys and grab them without them really being able to put up a fight frontally. And up north, my logic was, given that the south gives a lot more possibility to sustain artillery attacks, given the backfield is Donetsk and Avdiivka, so a lot of places to put your guns. Yes, guys, artillery is going to be put into residential areas. Artillery is going to be put into in Donetsk city. Ukrainians did it from the get-go. I don't know why the Russians shouldn't do that. And honestly, we are way past rules of warfare in this war, and there is no way nobody going to be playing fair and clean against the Kikils. There's no way. I refuse to believe that the Russians will be that stupid, which they aren't, of course. So my idea was, you got a lot more backfield on the south. It's easier. You can put your artillery pieces, bomb whoever you want. It's fine. No big deal. No problem. You can sustain a push from down below, a lot of losses, and so on and so on. And up north, given the backfield was more sparse, and that the attacks would have to be mechanized, I said that would be just a pressure, just to have the Ukrainians leave partially the coke plant. However, I also surmised that what would be interesting is to cut the supply line. One of the supply lines was to follow up along the railroad, which they did. And to my great surprise, the whole point of the 10th and 11th of October attacks was to literally occupy the northern part, cut the railroad, pass around to go either to Petrovskoye or Stepove, depends how you want to call it. The Russians call it Petrovskoye, the Ukrainians call it Stepove, all fine, and put a threat over Berdishi. Why? Another threat was analyzing what was going up north. All the city of Avdiivka is on a plateau between 220 and 250 meters of altitude, and everything around it is lower. Stepove is the boundary from the city plateau towards the small depression valley that goes towards Berdishi, and then goes up towards Semenivka. And if you get Stepove, then basically you are overlooking everything around you from that corner. That also allows you to have a better view on the logistics going through Lastochkino and going towards the coke plant. It means also that the coke plant is going to be put under duress. You can start to attack it. Once you get the coke plant, you cut at least 2 roads. The one along the railroad already done, and the one going through Lastochkino, at least through Lastochkino, because you can always pass through mud roads, and that is underway. However, in my opinion, the north option was the most dangerous. As I said, less support, open field, and the previous mechanized attacks were rather so-so. Let's say it like this. And so the point was, you go deep enough on the south, go towards Tsarska Okhotka, surrender the industrial area southeast of Avdiivka, then march towards the Metalurg Street to the first major church of the city, and then you can cut the southern city in 2 parts and turn around to I think, the biggest, the most problematic portion of Avdiivka, which is the 9th district, after the coke plant, of course. But in my opinion now, given some recent footage from Suda Plateau, the 9th district is even worse, because it seems that it's absolutely untouched. Like there is no bombardment from the drone footage, of course. That means that that area is fortified. That area has also a hospital. The central hospital of Avdiivka is on the 9th district, and that's why it is so complicated, in my opinion, to attack the 9th district straight on from the south, from Opitne, from the Zenit former military base. Therefore, I said you sneak inside Avdiivka, you cut the city into down south, and then you force the Ukrainians to be forced to get out of the 9th district in order to defend their rear, because if the Russians go completely up north, go beyond Metallurg, and seize the city center, then you are basically cut, if you are at 9th district, from your rear and from the coke plant. This, however, in practical terms, wasn't quote unquote happening. We weren't seeing any movement from down south after the geolocation of Russian troops around the Tsaskakotka. Nothing, like zero. What we were seeing is a lot of effort up north, and that effort up north seemed extremely interesting because it was unrelenting. We haven't seen so far in any maps on both sides a pushback from the Ukrainian forces. Whatever they tried, it was always negative, even though the scores, according to Oryx, war spotting and so on, are lopsided, and they're supposed to be, because unfortunately the Russians have no other means to demine, and also apparently their intelligence services sometimes on the ground are less than intelligent. The first pressure gave them very important points on the map and on the ground from which they are fighting right now. So those losses are very akin to what the Ukrainians did for Robotyne when they lost upwards 90 pieces the first week. But the result is that the next 5 weeks, they got the shit beaten out of them, and they didn't advance on Robotyne at all. Here, the advance is small, but it's relentless, and we're seeing where it is going. I compared it very, very quickly to Bahmut, and in a sense, it's a lot more like Soledar, but we are going towards the same scenario. The difference here is that Bahmut, they literally had to cover 36 kilometers from Popasna towards the most advanced point into the Bahmut region. Here, they just need to close 8 to 9 kilometers of gap, and Avdiivka is done. And we're not speaking about the news between the two leads of the salient. I'm really speaking about from beyond Krasnogorivka towards more or less Berdishi. Once you're going there, you don't even need to cut the traffic towards Avdiivka. It's a done deal. They will have to go so around many positions that it would not matter how much they try to get inside. A lot less is going to make it to whatever lines they have inside. However, the Russians are doing something different. I don't know how it's possible. They're literally going through the most drastic, dramatic, and fortified areas down south. And that's on that I need to thank Gammon Badge, who literally fucked up a whole space. The last space, the whole point was to explain, oh no, they're not going south for some reason. They're only going north. Like, less than 1 hour after I did that space, Gammon posted footage. Pseudo-Platovs posted footage a day after. Creamy Caprice, my favorite mapper, also posted footage and locations. And I was like literally looking to something I said, but not exactly what I said. As I said, to my logic, it was better to go around the industrial area. No, they are going through it. And they are doing it. Either it's very fast, either it's very slow, but in any case, they're doing it. And they're doing it apparently, from what they claim, with about a company worth of guys, a lot of FPVs, and a lot of artillery. Tank artillery, or tank usage as artillery, and basic artillery. This is very reminiscent of what Wagner was doing. Suryak today updated the situation and pointed out that former Wagner guys are doing the job. I would, how can I say this? put a cautionary tale over that. Yeah, maybe it's Wagner, maybe it's not Wagner. And the methods that Wagner used, the DNR used themselves in Rubizhnoye and Popasna. So seeing Wagner everywhere, and once again, I don't have a hate boner. I'm just, it's such a waste. That grouping, they had potential. They weren't that much more efficient when it comes to, but they were hard working guys. We cannot deny that. They, at least in urban combat, they did some very nice things. So once again, there is no hate about Wagner, but I would like caution towards putting everything on, oh, old Wagner guys are doing a better job than DNR or Russian guys. Anyway, it's not important. They're going to the hardest part. And the new map of the positions south and north are literally pointing out to two things. The next thrust should be around the old water treatment plant where the one Bradley was wrongly identified previously. If you check the map, there is the soft belly up the central eastern portion of Avdiivka, which unfortunately also is on a downslope that needs to be taken. Once you push the Ukrainians out of there, you don't even need to occupy that area because it allows you the possibility to focus on the first range of houses from the east. And then you can start and push them back a bit like what the Ukrainians are doing on the Kherson shores, where they can afford to stay on rather close because they don't have tanks, they don't have artillery staying there, and just start throwing FPVs and whatever ordnance they can throw, and make a no-go zone for the Ukrainian side up east. So pressure the whole line the Ukrainians can defend within the city. One peculiarity of Avdiivka, unlike Bakhmut, it's a long perimeter, but it's a narrow perimeter as well. I'm gonna point it out on the map so you can see. The great advantage that Avdiivka has, however, is that it's on a ridge and everything around it is downslope. So that's, in my opinion, what should be happening. Instead of insisting absolutely up north, exploring that centerpiece would be interesting, because then you would have to spread the defenders from the city. They will have to sustain a whole line. Right now, what they're doing mostly is defending down south, a bit on the side from 9th district towards Opitne and the quarry over there, and mostly over north. And over north, the biggest danger, and we already saw that with Popasna, basically, with what was called by Marcus Reisner, the Austrian colonel, the flower of Popasna. The flower in Krasnogorivka is slightly blooming right now, but it's still under danger on almost every aspect up north and west. We saw that one Bradley was in Berdichi. We saw that Ukrainians can fire from Semenivka. We saw that they can pull reinforcements to stop the advance from Ocheretine, and so on and so on. So the danger for the northern expansion is not that much that it can not go south or within the city. The danger is that it has a overexposed arch up north and west, while from south, the positions are following the Avdiivka ring, which means that there is a lot less trouble that can come from within the salient. Now, is the Russian leadership going to follow, quote unquote, my advice or our advice as a Team War Criminal group? We don't care. That's one thing, it's my interpretation. That's how we look at this. The biggest problem, however, is that even when you now follow the damages and losses on Oryx for the front, and they are staggering. Like they have already counted 220 vehicles lost for only 16. Even that is not correct, but that's not the problem. He started very hard the first 2-3 days. It was hard because they had to recount other losses the second week. But then it has almost dried out. It has dried out for one main reason, and that's what we saw exactly in Bakhmut. Now that the Russians are in the position to pressure the Ukrainians, they do not need mechanized pushes anymore. They can literally walk the same tactics they pioneered in this war with the DNR and Wagner. The same tactics that Ukrainians tried to use into the Zaporozhye front. You know, go through the tree lines, through trench to trench by night, small groups, grind, and so on and so on and so on. The difference, and I already explained, now the Russians are in an offensive attack around the salient. The Ukrainians were in an offensive salient themselves. They were trying to open the gaps. Russians are just trying to close. So basically, they can either push the leads, so close the noose, or push the sides. This is not a reverse forceps, as we spoke about the Zaporozhye salient. It's a forceps, so you basically are trying to push both sides and to cave in whatever is as a resistance inside. This also means that, and everybody said this, although I think the Timor criminal was the first one to point out that, guys, yeah, you're laughing now, but actually you got fucked. You don't even know it. To the Ukrainians, of course. Losing the railway in such a length they've lost, so it's, according to Ukrainians themselves, over 2 kilometers of length of railway, that's not there anymore. Which means you got Russian positions all over 2 kilometers that you need to clean, if you're Ukraine, of course. Puts you in such a strain because the railway, as I pointed out, is the highest point all over Avdiivka, and it keeps going like this towards Ocheretine. So your only chance, and we saw that with the attack, the Bradley and Leopard attack, they avoided a beaten zone. They went around that zone to attack towards the coke plant. Why they did so? My opinion, and I'm pretty sure it's true, but my opinion is that that beaten zone is a minefield. Now the Russians know exactly where to go through, and this is something that Def Mongol said about the Russians previously in Zaporozhye, where they're saying when the Russians are pulling back, well, now the Ukrainians can see where to go without actually blowing yourself into mines. The funny part is that the Russians are not going through there with tanks, mostly it's infantry and small vehicles. The Ukrainians in the other side are going through that part with tanks, with Bradleys. That shit needs a fuck ton of space to move around. And I would consider right away it as a mine zone. That's why they were avoiding it. And also, one thing very important, they are going through inhabited areas. When you saw the footage of the Bradleys and the Leopard 2 tank attacking around the northern area of the coke plant, you could see that it was going through Stepove. It wasn't going through the fields. It wasn't going through the narrow alleyways along the tree lines. It was literally going through the city, and then it was going along the railroad. Like, how stupid can you be? Especially if your counter fails, because that's the most important part. Your counter literally failed. You lost 4 Bradleys, the Leopard, and the funny part is now we know exactly where you're going because we followed you back and we hit you with a Lancet 15 kilometers away. So this aspect is very important, and it is important because it's not an offensive salient once again, it's a defensive one. You have a lot less room. And that's why for a long while the Russians were losing the Vermensky salient for the exact same reason. One, first of all, it was in a depression, and second, you were pressured by both sides. The front wasn't flat, so you lost it. As simple as that. Here, the Ukrainians are putting a clinic, I need to admit. They are rather smart. They tried the first one, the 47th, they lost everything, and then said, okay, we're not going to try anymore. So what they decided, what I think the Ukrainian leadership has understood, is that they're going to lose Avdiivka. It's a matter of time. How they're going to lose it? Is it going to be another Bakhmut when they're going to get ground in there? Or they're going to pull the troops out of there? This I don't know. In my opinion, it would be rather smart to not resupply the position, try and put the troops in small packages outside of there, before the Russians understand that it's happening. It's very complicated, of course, because, well, It's not February 2022 anymore. But this is the only thing I'm seeing. Or then you divert yet another 2 brigades, try to cope with Avdiivka, you're going to lose Bahmut. The very important danger now is that whatever you did to get Klishivka, Andreevka, part of Kudmirovka or approach to Kudmirovka, and then Ozarivka and so on, you're going to start losing them. And that's what you didn't want to do, which is getting the Russians closer to Ivanovsky and Chasov Yar. Once that happens, your Siversk axis is in shit, your Konstantinovka eastern axis is in shit, and you can hope to defend Avdiivka, it's going to be fine, but you risk losing a way more precious asset, which is Konstantinovka up north, and the Russians don't even need to push you back to Karlovka, or beyond, or cut Pokrovsk and so on. You are going to lose a chess game simply because you refused to sacrifice a pawn. And this is the best part of it. This is one of those moments when you can shit on the Russian general staff because they're dumb fucks, and that's going to be the third part of this space. Their PR is fucking awful. I'm like, the whole point of the previous space was that we weren't seeing anything from the Russian side. I do the space, and of course it is not against me or the team or criminal. It's just they're just fucking stupid, or they have a completely different approach to PR than us. But we do this like just next to it. Oh no, you know everything. No, we did the normal thing, the sensible thing. But even the sensible thing that we're doing it strange. We're not going around. We're just going through and deal with it. And this is the thing that we need to appreciate, how this overbloated, quasi decayed mentality from February to basically July 2022 got hit in the gut, in the face, behind the fucking neck, got both knees capped. Everybody was laughing at it. Everyone. Even I'm not going to lie about it. And now, in the space of 1 year, they laid out and underscored how the fucking important your strategic approach is. If you get punched in the face repeatedly, you are not defending yourself properly. But it's not the whole story. The whole story is how much is the other guy's face getting also. And the biggest issue on the Z side, on our side, is that every time that Ukraine publishes something, we're going to go into doom mode. Oh my God, it's impossible. Yes, it's true. And this comes from shortfalls of both historical approaches. The 90s in Russia were awful. 2000s were barely better. And 2010 were very rocky because, as you know, the process of reclaiming Crimea and part of Donbass and of streamlining Russian land within historical, what they claim to be historical lands, and which I also agree, to be honest. Russia had very little time to prepare for this shit. Ironically, when they started this nonsense, the budget expense was 2011. And we are not speaking about a country like Azerbaijan, which can put between $3 to $7 billion and equip a 60,000 strong force. We are speaking about a country which has, of course, more money, but a completely different structure. Russia cannot just go ahead and buy from Israel. And when it did buy something that, except for the electro-optical units, the most 3000s, were already obsolete. The foreposts, which were well used and are still well used by Russia, are completely obsolete. Those are 80s and 90s technology itself. Russia suffered also from a major stagnation in which we had to see a ghetto-rigged Fab 500 bomb with shit that makes even the Iranians laugh, while their own UMPK from 2003, 2005, and 2013 is a natural flow bomb. It's a clean design. It's a proper. That's how we expect such a contraption to be. Yet Russia hadn't done anything about it. It literally needed to reinvent the fucking wheel within the war. And that's why I'm saying the strategic approach of this war from the Russian side was that, okay, first of all, no shame. The plan was thwarted, it was ill-conceived, it was fucked up, and they were blindsided by how much the West was going to help and prepare Ukraine. A lot of people are going to say, yeah, how can you be blindsided? They were there. No. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Maybe they should have. But given where the state of supplying Ukraine is right now with real shit, artillery-wise, ammunition-wise, supply-wise, kit-wise, whatever the West could deliver, it's not enough for the war that Ukraine is fighting right now. And I want everybody to come and tell me about HIMARS, about ATACMS and so on. Yes, and I'm the first to say, the best thing for America right now is to fucking drop every ATACMS they have onto Ukraine's hands and say, you know, guys, go on firing to Russia. I'm going to tell you why I think like that. There are not enough ATACMS for the number of targets they need to attack. There are not even enough vehicles to fire them. So whatever they think they're going to do, they're going to deprive a tactical role on which the HIMARS right now is literally keeping Ukraine afloat, for a strategic role, which is still not enough because the range of these missiles is not enough to deter Russia. The number is something else, of course, and so on and so on. So the only way for Ukraine to strategically overmatch Russia would be for America to fight Ukraine's war with its all might. And this so far is not going to happen for reasons that I don't need to explain to you guys. It could, but it's not. Now, the second part of it is why we need to appraise the Russian General Staff, not because it is proficient, not because it is a bunch of great guys understanding everything, no. But because of these people lost big pieces of the previous structure, and not only they're functional, they are working better. Russians are learning, everybody's saying. This is not true. The Russians are not learning. What the Russians are doing is completely something else. The Russians do not have parity in ISR. They simply do not have. I'm sorry, we can spend ages to describe this, but they simply do not have the 24/7 ISR overmatch that America is providing to Ukraine. Yet, they could muster 2 BTGs for the attack on Avdiivka, and despite the damages or the losses of those both BTGs, they are into a position where Ukraine understands if the war keeps going like this, it doesn't matter how many Russians we're going to kill or how many vehicles we're going to destroy. We are going to lose in the process. This is Germany 44 after they lost in early stages. There, I think the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht understood we're in such a fucking deep shit and we are going to get our shit pushed. And that's why Speer went all fucking nuts and said, we need to overproduce. And that's why Germany in 44 had a differential in overproduction. But the strategic approach was already a big L. The Ukrainians, by multiple ways, are saying just the same, and they are panicking just the same. At the beginning, I thought that this doomerism was completely bad and like, oh, it's overreaction, they want more weapons, they're gonna have the F-16s and so on. But then, recently the US announced that, sorry guys, they're gonna send 60 more Gepards. I was like, cool. They have at least 36 because one was at least damaged by a Lancet. 36 plus 60, 96. How are you gonna fill these guys up? And you learn that indeed the main source for this ammunition from 2023 until 2024, around June, July, is Rheinmetall. And they are supposed to get 300,000 rounds. And then there were some stocks that the Germans plugged from almost everywhere, including Brazil. And Switzerland allowed some resale. But those 300,000 rounds that are even not yet delivered are going to afford these 96, 97 systems to be loaded 5 times. So if every fucking Gepard fires to stop a Shahid wave, even if they have to disperse between 20 and 30 rounds, every Gepard can stop only 20. So over the course of 6 months, you can send basically, how can I say this? 3,000 to 4,000 guns, and you're gonna have all these Gepards bingo. And this is just like 1,000 per month, 1,300. 1,300, it's about 40 per night. Ukraine claims that Russians send between 40 and 60. And every Gepard needs to be at the right place, because that's the funny thing. So you can see how laughable the situation is strategically for the Ukrainian side, and why the Ukrainians are understanding this situation. Right now, we are not speaking about some kind of small war where it's a small territory like, I don't know, Gaza. No, it's 900 to 1,000 kilometers. I say 900 with focal points, of course, but it's still 900 because it's from Kupiansk to fucking Kherson. It's a whole country. So what happens? What happens is that I think right now the Ukrainians are starting to doubt that Europe, at least, given that Europe is not on time with their timeline, and Europeans are understanding that the end game, and I stated it in a small thread I made today, the end game is their L. They have actually they have lost. They have lost their self-steering of their foreign policy. They have lost a cheap supplier of energy. We can discuss how much we want with whoever we want. The Germans are saying it. We fucked up. Maybe we fucked up by hooking up with Russia. That can be explained. That can be defended as a point of view. The problem is that you hooked up with Russia, but Russia was the Soviet Union. So it's a bit difficult to understand that part. But most are saying we fucked up, that we let the situation go to this point, and right now we are stuck in a moment where we need to tell everybody that poor Ukrainians do not need to lose because democratic values and so on. But meanwhile, we're getting completely fucked up on both our economic aspect, but also on our most important and most pressing matter, which is our overall approach to, I give you, our economy. The downturn in Germany is real. Okay, it's not a complete collapse or catastrophe. It's logical. It's not a small country. But Europeans are going slowly towards a option where they can face the pipe right now. They need to put back something in order to sustain the Ukrainian attrition war, but they cannot do it because they disarm themselves. When you see the amount of goods that can be given by any European country, nobody can spare enough to put together 1,000 tanks to replace the losses of the Ukrainian side. And there are like 700 tanks counted by orgs, so it's not huge. But when you see how much there is, the two main problems for Europe is that the guys who could help Ukraine already did. Poland completely cleared its stocks of T-72 derivatives. You're going to have some from, as I said, maybe Romania, maybe Bulgaria, but most of it is already gone. The Western tanks are needed as replacement. You see Romania going for fucking Abrams. The Poles go for 3 different models: Abrams FEP, K2. Then you have the Brits that cannot give more than what they already gave. 14 are in Eastern Europe, in the Baltics, to deter quote-unquote Russia, and 14 are in Ukraine. They were planning to send 28 to Ukraine, but then they said, oh shit, first of all, we don't have enough in running order, and second of all, if we terminate and we lose them, we cannot make more. And it's the same fucking story from the beginning. You can see that, something I said, Europe doesn't have the equipment to sustain this war the way it's being fought. The whole fucking active fleet in Europe is about 1,800 tanks, Leopard, and about 400 to 500 tanks others. This war already cost, together, according to Oryx, over 3,000 tanks. Basically, Europe, had it been given whatever shit they want to give to Ukraine, would have been tankless in practical matters. Yet both sides, they're like, yeah, let's go, bro. Ukraine loses 2, Russia 5, doesn't matter, they still keep going. And this is the biggest problem we have in Europe. Europeans are starting to understand, they will understand as time goes by, that the bet against Russia wasn't a bad one. Honestly, for the European side, defeating Russia and forcing Russia to become a Africa of the North, so basically paying reparations and selling its energy on European terms, was a great goal. I mean, I 100% agree with that. It's a very nice colonial mindset, and if it was stoked in reality, it would have been great. Alas, we know what it is about. The other problem, and the most important problem, is that the Russians themselves now have admitted to go into a prolonged phase of warfare, which literally is attrition. Their plan right now is not even trying to make huge strides towards the one another salient point in Ukraine. No, they accepted something that apparently was their plan from the beginning, but that they completely fumbled, which is putting Ukraine under a narrower front with very specific lines of supply that they know they couldn't handle the Ukrainian effort for as long as the Ukrainians want, and also, well, betting on the fact that not all Ukrainians want to die. And this is what you are seeing. Ukraine right now, and I know that a lot of guys who are listening here have another approach of it. They say, like, right now the war is far, it's in the east, nobody cares about that area, so nobody's gonna rush to arms. I have another option given what is being said. I agree that a lot more Ukrainians would be jumping the shark if there was an attack on Kiev or whatever, but the problem is that the losses are real as well. And that thing makes everybody think twice. And I posted a complaint today from the Ukrainians themselves, by the way, so not even some Russian psyop, when multiple guys have already said that there are protections, both legal, so basically you cannot send doctors to the front, although they are needed, because they need to be behind to take care of the society. But they're also having, like, we cannot even send cops. Why? Because we saw what happened initially between mostly February and June. The attempts to rob, maraud, and everything caused awful scenes in Ukraine. People taped to poles, being beaten, popular justice, and so on. A breakdown in the society started very quickly. But that breakdown is real up east. We have multiple proofs of that. We have supposedly fringe counter-offensive battalions or companies going completely crazy on local police, calling them names, calling them separs, shooting them up, blowing up police stations, grabbing back people who have stolen, who have killed. So that aspect, that breakdown of the society in Ukraine is true up east. That's the biggest problem. That's where we have this issue. So the state of the society in Ukraine right now, with what is being said, not by people who are supposed to do psyops, but by people who are actually on the ground, and has been said by nationalists, but not nationalists, by people who are in the front lines. And he said that we got this interview by a Ukrainian sniper who said, everybody in this unit, all what we want, we don't care how much land we are losing, we just want that Ukraine stays alive as a state. Is it going to be in Vinica, or is it going to be in Melitopol? It doesn't matter. For them now, for a lot of people, is to survive Russian aggression, while at the beginning, for most of them, and I want to see the next KIS poll, so the Kiev Institute of Sociology polls, how the fuck is the Ukrainian population handling this failed counteroffensive? And you're gonna see, I am very suspicious of the fact that while a lot of people were pressing up, pushing up during the counter, the results of such a poll, by saying like 90% or 87% do not want negotiations with Russia, I want to see how it is today. And we are hearing crickets. And the polls, I think, are every month. Let's see. I'm going to check it after the space to be sure of this. But the point is the following. I don't think that Ukraine just can master enough meat. At the beginning, I thought that they can master enough meat for 1, 2, 3 years because the rate was still rather low. But with what I'm seeing, and also the political problems that are there, because the post I said today was like people close to Zelensky from every corner, so even humorists from District 95, his show, Quartal 95, they're supposed not to be protected by law, but they're never to a military enlisting office. So what's going on? What's going on is something that has always been going on both sides, by the way. I'm not going to start pretending that in Russia there is no protection within the law and outside the law. But in Ukraine, the impetus is bigger to have more people. And it's not happening right now. And everybody's saying, and that was the part that I underscored in the article, we have cops staying behind, being defended by farmers. And other people who have nothing to do there and who also are damaging the economy. In a sense, a farmer that is on the front lines right now could be interesting because a lot of arable land is not workable. But what does it mean for tomorrow? If that farmer gets killed, his son gets killed, whole village gets extinct, oh, you can probably sell it to someone else, bring people from Bangladesh or whatever. I could understand that. But that's not how a country should function. Now, let's go to the second part. The second part is a lot more tactical. And I'm going to start with Avdiivka again. So, Avdiivka, as we said, point is double pressure, or at least entrance from south, pressure from north. What they're doing is completely not different, but a complete double pressure from north and south, but they're not yet trying to enter on both sides. What they're doing is taking two big chunks, softening them up, preparing them, and then doing the entrance. This is already looking a lot more like Bahmut than Soledar, where Soledar they attacked the couple of salt mines, took the Ukrainians out, and it was done. Here it's a lot more like the Azom plant in Bahmut and the southern Bahmut part when they entered Nili-Willy, had a couple of problems there. In October they entered rather far, then they were pushed back, then they get back in December, and so on. Here, there is so far no pushback. There's resistance, but there is for now no reversal of positions. And that, I think, might happen in December when the Ukrainians are going to finally settle down on, okay, the counter is shit, we fucked up, we need to bring more resources to stop Avdiivka because strategically it can be developing into something a lot bigger. The Russians right now, when you see the maps on every front they're attacking, they are insisting on taking heights or keeping the heights. This, in my opinion, has provoked a lot of damage, wastage on the Russian side, because you are taking this motherfucking battle always uphill. In some places, it worked more or less okay. So the creep offensive in the up north, around Kupiansk, was a funny one. Because, and that I'm going to post a map on that, because they managed to do just that. Once they got the heights, the Ukrainians said, oh, they've got pushed back. No, actually, Russians got what they wanted. Now they can stabilize the front, and we see that the front is stabilized. Ukrainians are not being able to push back. And on the Kupiansk area, the Ukrainians are literally with their backs towards the river. And everybody's like, yeah, but still, they're not going through. It's true. But in which position would you like to be? The same thing is the Avdiivka. They are taking the higher grounds, they are pushing the Ukrainians on the lower ground. And my biggest problem with that is, once again, it's a very costly tactic and strategy. Because you go uphill, you're going to face a lot of losses, and then you need to reinforce as soon as possible. You're never completely safe, and it would have to take a lot to fortify a position. However, once you are there, you get your positions, and you are completely in control of those commanding heights, the situation changes completely. It's a complete turnaround. And in a sense, this is what happened in Avdiivka. We saw it. Once the railroad was blocked, and the Ukrainians needed to dislodge the Russians from there, with their failed counterattack from 47th, the whole group was fucked. The whole group. And this is the good part of this strategy or tactic. However, by the time you get there, you'd never know if you're not going to get exhausted. And this is why this tactic might be very interesting and might work if the Russians have prepared enough troops, enough equipment, and so on. But overall, it is hacking the tempo, in my opinion, a lot more than it should. So basically, Avdiivka normally, if we have to be like, if this was February 2022, given the absurd number of equipment and troops that were already on the go, it would have lasted a month. Avdiivka could have been what Mariupol was. It's not happening. It's shorter. Of course, the capabilities on both sides are completely different. And now with the FPVs, it's very complicated to do what was done early on. And I agree to that. But on the same time, there has to be a solution to this slower tempo, to this piecemeal mapping from the Russian side. Because in my opinion, this is not going to help the Ukrainians that much, given that, as I said, if this goes 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, within 8 months, if everything goes fine, they are in fucking Kramatorsk, South Kramatorsk. And then, I'm sorry, but whatever you've tried to do, whatever you gave the Ukrainians, you would still have to roll them back. So for the Russians, everything that would remain from this attempted rollback would be still a positive. Because it was never theirs to begin with. This is the approach that the Russians are doing. Go as far as possible, lose as little as possible in the counter. This also means, and this is why this strategy goes so well with the height situation, this also means that the Ukrainians need something to bypass their own topography. And there we go with the road network on Ukraine. There is nothing, Ukrainians are not building any new roads. This is unacceptable. The Russians that are the occupying force, I know you're not going to be happy with what I'm saying. The Russians that are the occupying force from Ukrainians themselves have been redoing roads, are now building a new railroad fucking line down south. Of course, because they consider it a Russian territory, and not only by occupation. Putin said those oblasts are Russian now, so they're going to fucking defend them. But this is not happening in Ukraine. We don't have new rail tracks laid. We don't have bypasses laid. We don't have roads laid. What they're doing is literally dirt roads so they can go with their fucking tanks and troops and so on because they have mined the other places. But we don't see any new paved roads. Up north, there is no new highway. For a long while, we were speaking about new locomotives for Ukrainian railways. Only 60 have been given, but they need at least 300 diesel locomotives. And of course, this is made worse by the fact that the Gauge railway on Ukrainian side is still from Soviet times, so you cannot fucking sell them whatever you want. You can maybe sell them some old second-hand locos from Czech Republic or Slovakia, whatever, but that's it. This is the point where I told you guys that we need to analyze it. And by the way, I want to also underscore an erratum. Last time, I went by the explanations and statements of the Ukrainian side over their power generation. You're going to understand why I'm saying this. Thanks to Kinez, by the way, an account to follow, who has found out a hidden API on the EIA site where you can see the real-time generation of power. It was never 10.79 gigawatt. It has always been between 11 and 14 gigawatt, and what they said they had re-established is not true. They maybe have re-established only that, but the current generation is about around 13 gigawatt. So a winter attack on their infrastructure is necessary. I want to make this erratum once again, first of all, because I've always said I will never lie to anyone. I will never give hopium. If I have something wrong, I will correct that. And thanks to Kinez for pointing this to me. At no point maybe at some point they were at 10.79 or something gigawatt, thanks to the attacks or because they had rolling blackouts and stuff like that. But at no point they were under the 10 for a long period of time. So whatever was destroyed during last year's winter needs to be destroyed at least this winter as well. That's the second part. So on that part, they have done their homework. But when it comes to construction, new roads, railways, and real infrastructure, it hasn't happened. That's why strategically Ukraine is going towards something that is a loss by decay. They basically, this is the maximum expansion. They cannot afford more. That I said last time on the space. The problem with Ukraine is that they're not creating anything else to sustain whatever they want to do. So there is nothing there that could allow Ukraine, for one reason or another, to expand their military enlistment, to expand their military production, and to expand their own military capabilities without donations and without expenditure and deliveries from abroad. And when Zelensky says we're going to militarize the society, it's going to be extremely complicated, because what happens when you want to construct railroads and roads and shit? Yes, you're going to pick up people from your military pool and potential to do something you should have done years ago, if you were logical. But in this case, you should have done the last 20 months. Never did, never happened. And as we see, it's not going anywhere either. So what I wanted to say about this high strategy or tactics by the Russian side is that it's very dicey proposal. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it's shit. Right now, it seems that the Russians have managed to overpower the Ukrainians from a series of heights they want to still keep, be that up north, in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, Zaporozhye, we know, because the whole defense actually, especially around Robotino and the Vremensky Ledge, was based on the fact that they would let the Ukrainians go as far as they wanted down in the depression, but they would keep the surrounding heights. At the beginning, everybody said this was scope. I know that there was this design from a couple of guys that said that, I think it was the Blackbird group, I'm going to find it again, who said that, yeah, it's going to be perfect because there's just a slight hill to go over around the Vrebove, and it's going to be fine. There's going to be a breakthrough over there, it's going to be fine. And we see that, in fact, that just slight hill to climb is there for also 3 months now. And then the third part, that was the PR part. But, I mean, I complain so much on my timeline, so it's like, I feel it's a bit overarching. The PR game on the Russian side is absolutely abysmal. Like, I'm going to take one case that we spoke about with the guys at Team War Criminal crew. They showed a alleged FH-70. For sure, it's an artillery piece. So if it's a D30, D20, Lotto Bingo 77, FH-70, TFR-1, whatever, it doesn't matter. We know it's an artillery piece. We see it firing, we see the position, we see the night attack from a Lancet using, no, it's not a night attack, it's a thermal attack in the middle of the day by the Lancet, and it is geolocated, or at least allegedly, on the silent Vremensky Ledge. And we see Lancet strikes, there is a secondary, there is a cook-off of ammunition on the back, and we can surmise that the hit was successful. However, it is aired today, the 14th of November. And what happens in November mostly when you see the usual footage from both sides? Most of the vegetation is rusty. So there are either no foliage, or the foliage is turning red, or rust, or whatever. Here, foliage is not only green, but you can see that's for sure not a recent hit. It's a new hit in the sense that it was never diffused before, but it's probably, as I said, given the vegetation and everything, probably from early September. And if it's properly geolocated, we can also surmise exactly when it happened. But this is where the Russian PR is absolute shit. That hit in September was never shown in September, What was shown were other shit, whatever you want to call them, but no hit shown for people that are looking at this war without being in it, without having to score millions of Telegram pages. Actually, you can do more than 500. You see some things, and you see no answer on the other side, and it's of course it's going to lead to dooming, and it's of course going to lead to people from TG saying there is no counter battery. I'm like, okay, so we see there is counter battery. You see that you fucking filmed it because you did it with a Lancet, and you even did it on thermal. So we know that Lancet has a thermal from September, and I already surmised this, or even before. You hit something that if we geolocate it is proper, means that you were doing counter battery, but you let everybody fucking run the yap, and it also diminishes the credibility of people who speak, because everybody took what Khodorkovsky said for at face value, for sure. So, oh, there is no counter battery, the Russians are getting steamrolled, and it's true, they were advancing on the Vermetsky Ledge all over August, at least until the 13th, but then it stopped. And now you understand why it stopped. And now you are literally asking yourself, how much fucking footage are these motherfuckers not showing to us? And I'm not saying that 90% of footage is not shown. That's not the point. But if we have these key moments, you can better understand and you can also better prepare the analysis for a lot of things. I honestly said something else. I personally was 100% sure that given the fucking beating they took on that axis, the Ukrainians, because we had a whole video showing over 30 to 35 damaged equipment for just getting a small city as Staromayorsk. It's not even a city, it's a village, Staromayorsk. That's not what such a fucking hamlet is supposed to take. And Avdiivka is not also supposed to take 150 to 170 vehicles either. It's just the circumstances of this war. But once you see that, you say, okay, there is a problem. How the fuck there is no counter battery while we see all that shit burn up? And this is because, once again, the Russian military is doing a completely schizo approach when it comes to PR. It's not showing things it should be showing, but it's showing things that it shouldn't be showing. And the second example is a very old one. It's the very first official show of the UMPK in action, which was a fucking near miss. I say a fucking near miss because to me it was even a large miss. We speak in set 15, 20. Okay, given the power of the bomb, it didn't matter. But this is how I think intentionally dysfunctional Russian PR is. We're not even speaking about OPSEC. We're not even speaking about accounts that exist today, like 13, like they tell us from Yanina, fucking Moors. I swear to God, that guy, if he survives this war, is not going to survive peace. Unless it's indeed a psyop from the Russian side. Now we have northern veteran bullshit saying like the cassettes are killing our guys, overloading our hospitals, and we're losing a lot of people. I'm like, fucking great, but we have the cassettes on tape multiple times. And if they were so good, the thing we were going to see would be a post-strike from the Ukrainian ones. Actually, we have multiple videos, and there was the bike guy, there were the guys where Misha actually died, Misha from Donbass. We have a evacuation next to Novoprokopivka that gets hit 6 times for the whole footage. 3 on tape already shown, but 6 times, and the only casualty is the casualty they're evacuating. The guys keep going, keep doing their shit. So the problem with the cassettes, as I said, you really need a completely perfect hit, contrary to a either a fuse hit overhead or a impact on the side. And we've seen this, a mortar round hitting next to a position in Krinky incapacitated 8 to 10 guys. There was no airburst, there was no cassette hit. No, it was just next to them, 2 meters. Everybody got hit. And then we have these guys in Prokopivka where the cassette hit all over them. The guys just keep going. I'm not saying that the cassettes are not leading to damage, but the problem is that we are hearing from voices that supposedly are well interesting and well informed, telling us things that footage is not showing us. Of course, this could be BS on my aspect because I hate cassettes given the fact that they were touted as a game changer, but in reality, they made it more easy for the Russians to hit more artillery pieces, given that they shortened their maximal range of Western 155 millimeter pieces. It's great for the Russians in a sense, it's not great for the other sense. But most of this, what I'm explaining, is that we have all these channels that are giving, in my opinion, either these are psyops, either these guys are running their mouths with an agenda that I cannot understand. Okay, we can understand gray zone and reverse side of the middle. Those guys are butthurt Wagnerites. It is what it is. We can talk about 13, which has been time and again saying shit that literally would have earned him a stab in the eye, but he's still doing that. And that thing means, in my opinion, that there is someone who just lets it do, because you know that for defamation and insult to the Russian military during a military operation, in Russia you can get a lot of time. This guy is up front. He says who he is, and nothing happens to him. So in my opinion, there is a lot of black PR going on. And then you have the best of them right now. There are other people like Fighter Bomber complains about the conditions so on, and you can believe that, but the guy pushes for something very interesting, said, okay, this is a mistake, but this is happening as well. These guys, Moors, 13, Northern Veteran and so on, these guys just like are dooming 24/7. I already posted a thread about Moors who says in March we're gonna get swept away by fucking Zaporizhzhia counter. And every single day since mid-October, there is always one motherfucker in Moors' threads on TG asking, what the fuck happened, bro? You said that this was gonna happen. And the guy is forced to kick 2 to 3 guys per fucking chat. And it's, in my opinion, as I said, either it's a misguided person, either it's literally a rumor mill used by the Russians to give up shit. On other aspects, the Russians haven't cracked down on channels like the Czechis, VGOPU, which literally are going around hacking shit. Mostly it's inane, it's not very important. But those were the first guy who said that 34 people at the Black Sea headquarters were killed by the Storm Shadow strike. We still haven't had one single name from the list they gave actually confirmed. And it's very complicated to not confirm a rear admiral or a captain and so on. What we have, though, is guys who were on the ship in Minsk. For some reason, there are 2, I think, junior lieutenants or something like that. Those are confirmed. But we still don't have anyone from Black Sea Fleet. And you cannot tell me that everybody is so fucking important at those headquarters that it's impossible to verify if he's alive or dead. And in Crimea, given the rear network that Ukrainians have, that would have been super easy. Still nothing. And then we have Romanov, of course. Everybody knows the guy. I've never seen more schizo posting. On one side, he posts real Team War criminal footage. On the other, says, "Oh my God, we lost Kherson for sure. It's lost. It's lost. It's lost. It's lost." Yet we're like fucking a whole month after what he said. Like he said from the 10th of October, the Ukrainians were going to have a huge beachhead around Krinky, Pishani, Poima, and so on, and they're going to take Oleshki. Right now, what we have, we are Ukrainians trying to move around quickly and avoiding toss fire. And the footage that we saw, that apparently they brought something, we still don't know what it is, but apparently a BV-206 has been damaged, according to Romanov himself. And that's the funny part. He announced a BTR-4, which is impossible to transport by PTS-2, but now it's a BV-206 and it was destroyed or damaged or whatever. And we have footage, by the way, that's the fun thing. I have stills for the moment that probably there's footage somewhere that's going to pop out. Now, all this situation with the PR around the Russian side, if it's self-induced, which it is, it's a fucking nightmare. I mean, the previous space and this one are literally actually due to the Russian PR nightmare. If it's a psyop, it's getting everybody crazy, not only Ukrainians. So there is to be in my opinion, any kind of logic in there. But right now, I'm not finding it, and we are a lot of people on Timor Criminal. We don't understand, and I think this is the only place where the Russian side hasn't really changed qualitatively. They have changed in a very good, aspect for the Russian side. They are showing a bit of gore and a lot of damage on the Ukrainian side, even publicly. RT, TASS, all these guys, they're really showing Timor criminal footage. And that part has gone. In the beginning, it wasn't like this. In the beginning, you would see artillery strike from 3,000 meters, that's it. No, drone drops, people blowing up close, dead bodies, Russian advances, whatever you want, you got it. The problem is, though, the PR behind this next phase or this resurgent phase on the Russian side, it's not backing any kind of option. Like, it's so fucking confused and confusing that, to my opinion, what it's doing, it's literally comforting my thought and the thought of a lot of people around me that they want to keep the real situation for themselves until it blows. And we had this view last year around Kharkov and Kherson. And there were signs that shit was going down, was bad and everything. But now I have the feeling that these motherfuckers know that they're in a way better place, but what they're doing here is just not showing what we need to know, while knowing that the other side knows where they are. He knows what's going on. So this dialogue is not for us. Russians don't want to do real PR unless it's there, while Ukrainians do a lot of PR before starting, and then you know what happened with the counter at least. So my options here to understand and yours as well, because finally we are living through what both sides give to us, willingly or unwillingly, is that for the Russian side, we should focus a lot less on their PR, because either it's great, either it's completely abysmal. And given they do not respect their own timelines, and I can give you thousands of examples, like at some point you got the UR-77 charge attack over a position that we know the Russians own since the 11th of October. They show that charge attack that blew the bridge 2 days ago. And I'm like, whoa, wait. Since when we are back to the lines of the 10th October on that area, while at the same time you're showing themselves in another spot? For Pisky, same thing. The Ukrainians are showing the Russians way beyond Pisky on a drone attack and an FPV attack. The Russians themselves are showing the Ukrainians in the line they had the 18th of October. Like, what the actual fuck? Same thing for the Izdelia 305 attacks that were recently shown on an infantry mobility vehicle and EMR-2. Those are from last year in Kherson. They never showed them the way they showed them now, but we saw the results on the pontoon to Davydiv Brod. So the whole fucking PR construct on the Russian side does not allow you, if you want to follow everything and put a timeline and does not allow you to follow it properly. You need to filter so much. Ukraine used to do that only where they were losing. That's what's happening in Avdiivka when the footage from the 10th and the 17th are still shown today. They even dared to show a strike that they did the 10th of October 2023 on a Russian MTLB from a Stugnapi. They rebadged that shit and they said it was a tow attack from a completely different brigade that is not even supposed to be there. Both sides are doing this shit, but on the Ukrainian side, there is a constant. They do that when they have much news to show and where shit is going down. They're milking it and they are masters in PR, and this needs to be accepted. Difference is that their PR doesn't always follow their situation on the ground, while the Russian one is completely chaotic. And once again, they are way beyond the positions they're showing, but they're still showing them. Pisky is one case. We can speak about Novoprokopivka. We can speak about the Kopani axis. They showed an attack that happened way before, like 2 weeks ago, and also a FPV attack for a BMP coming from a position they tried to occupy recently. And then the next attacks that Bobr is again showing are 800 meters behind it. So how should we interpret? Are they 800 meters before or behind? What's going on? And then for this, you need to do your own research and you need to have access to, well, a satellite imaging network. And when you go and check it, you're like, oh my God, like nothing is proper. Nothing is working properly in the PR department on the Russian side. Things are shown in ways that actually are detrimental to their own PR. I'm not saying that they should make it better than it is. I'm saying they should make it worse. And this is what keeps happening with the Russian side. So, well, basically this was it for today. What I once again want to repeat, it's very complicated to follow the Russians, both tactically, strategically, operationally, or on the PR front. It's very confusing, but as I said, they are going forward with a plan that they obviously have. This plan, for some aspects, I said, is still working on a very classical style, so it's mostly getting a couple of critical heights above overarching routes, blocking them, pressuring the Ukrainians. We are not speaking very intelligent planning overall. It's intelligent when you know what are you looking at, but when you see what exactly they're trying to do, most of it is attrition and logistics. There is not real death strikes and decapitating blows. No, they have chosen for a attrition warfare. So basically, of course, they're going to get heights, they're going to get approaches, they're going to get roads, and so on. And the third part is that, as I said, I already described a bit of Avdiivka. I'm going to remake a thread on it, given that the last one was lost due to the handle getting terminated. And I'm going to update it according to what we know right now. Most important part is that strategically, as I said, Ukraine is in a very bad state, and it's not that much that they don't want to fight, is that the coalition of the people who they rely on for a lot of things right now weren't ready for this kind of war, are not going to be ready until 2025. But the most important part, are very reluctant, especially on the European side, because the danger is that this war escalates to a point when whatever could be called victory is not there anymore. And that is for both sides, by the way. I'm not saying that it's only for Europe. But Europe was counting on a different type of victory where they could literally do a victory lap. That's not going to happen, especially if we take into account the Ukrainian side losses, which are going to be exponential in the year to come. So thank you very much, guys. Now it's your turn if you want to intervene. This was more or less my space for today. MD for the, because I have already a question. I'm gonna. It was on the post actually. If you want to be 100% sure, I'd say go to the handle poulet volant. I'm gonna put it as a reply. I've put a couple of his maps because they are topographical maps with contact lines and units for every specific area of operation. I'm going to repost it. You're going to check on it. But right now, most of the structures, according to the DNR guys themselves, are a mix. Part of them are DNR. So the 114th, which used to be a DNR unit, and a couple of new guys, mostly reshuffled units. And as I said, I'm going to repost it. You're going to check it, and you can follow it on your own. I'm not going to make any comment on any new Russian army unit. I've never done that, not because it's not important, but mostly because what you are going to learn about a unit today is not going to be true tomorrow. We had that with Zaporozhye. Russian units that were thought to be pulled back were actually never pulled back. The Russian units that are supposed to go there and were not good enough actually were in another front. And also in this war, whole units are not committed. Units are always committed in different sectors. The Ukrainians have shown this with the 37th and 35th, for instance. One battalion is in Kherson, another one is still getting fucking butt raped in Zaporozhye. Same for the 47th. Some remnants of it are still in the Zaporozhye Norikiv, but most of the untouched second mechanized battalion is in Avdiivka, where it has already incurred losses. So basically, I'm going to repost the guy, and you can follow the maps over there. But it's a mix of previous standing units and newly trained or newly formed guys or refreshed guys. Okay, Kremlin, I'm going to add you, man. I'm sorry. Go on, Kremlin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go on.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask because I posted a couple of questions earlier today, and you were saying something about even like 15, 20 F-16s are gonna kind of prove a sort of a challenge for the Russian light fighters. So what exactly, or did I misread that, or what exactly did you meant?
No, actually, the thing is that when you see what is being prepared, if they can manage to put 40 F-16s right away, then I would tell you it's indeed for a new wing, and it's going to be half CAS and half air patrol cap, whatever you call it. So basically, they're going to lob stuff at Russians with other F-16s protecting them, which would either extend the capability to do that, so cause a larger headache to the Russians as it stands, or they're going to try and go after the UMPK throwers, which means that you're going to have those F-16s trying to get as close as possible and use the IM 120, probably 120C, but you never know, given that D is also available. The kinematics, as Snekotron has said multiple times, are against the F-16, but given that the Russians are operating only a couple of Su-34s with UMPKs, it could lead to, if they lose 2 or 3, unfortunately, to such a ambush. It could lead to the Russians needing to reinforce those areas with other type of cap assets. So basically put back MiG-29s with MiG-31s or Russian AWACS playing guide for long-range missiles, and basically push the Ukrainian F-16s way beyond what they can do as damage, so allowing the Su-34s to get back in. My point was that if it's for 40, 50, 60 F-16s that come in a short period of time, that would mean about 6 months, then it's game on. And indeed, the Russians would need a deterrent in that aspect. So more anti-aircraft missile carriers. Stronger AD, of course, more AWACS, more Su-30s. But right now, when you see the force composition of the Russian side when it comes to Su-30, SAMs, Su-35s, and so on, it's rather low. So you're at about 100 to 115 each. So if you want to commit more there, you need to get them from somewhere else, and more traffic can lead to, unfortunately, what happened over Tokmak can lead to losses due to friendly fire, but also a saturation of how the Russians are for the moment managing air traffic over both occupied Kherson, so basically Kherson and Nikolaev, but also the passage, the over passage between Kherson, Kherson, Kryvyi Rog, and Zaporozhye, and then Dnipropetrovsk on the corner. That's why what the Russians need right now is not just MiG-31s with long-range missiles to shoot whatever the Americans going to send, but also an overmatch numbers. If the F-16 goes up and suddenly at any single spot it can pop out to attack your Su-34 or whatever you want, you have a MiG-29 which has the means to reach him, you're going to automatically start establishing areas where the F-16s is going to pop out and be able to be touched or reached. And that's what I'm saying. Unless the Russians want to put 200 jets on theater, which would be great, but they haven't done it for logical reasons, because there was no Ukrainian Air Force. There is still no Ukrainian Air Force. Those guys fly between 7 and 9 planes per day. Most of their flights are probes going as close as possible to current air interdiction lanes due to long-range Russian anti-aircraft missiles. And the other problem, and this is the most important part, is that now that they're going to have more, you need more assets to counter them. It's simple math, you know. It's not like it's going to be a supplemental danger, which, in my opinion, it is going to be, because it's a different beast. Okay, it's going to be a different pattern. For the Russians, they know what the MiG-19 looks like. They know what the Su-27 looks like. They know what a Su-24 looks like on radar. Now, the new pattern of signal that you're going to receive back from detection is going to also indicate which is what. Also, the biggest situation is that the Ukrainians would need to change a lot infrastructure-wise to operate these planes in such numbers from different airfields. And given that they don't want to lose them, these airfields are going to be way beyond the current zones. Remember, the MiG-29 that got shot by a Lancet was in Voznetsensk. It's not that far from the current front line. It's about 80, 90 kilometers. But if you want to go beyond that, then you're going to be in central Ukraine. You have to be in Uman, you have to be in Starokonstantinovsk, you have to be in Poltava, and so on. And those are places when, as I said, would require you to reinvest Belarus. As you know, most of the Russian troops and planes have gone away from Belarus. But with the F-16s, you will need to have more planes over there, so you can have a cover up north and reduce the areas of operations for the F-16s up north. It's just simple math. On top of, yes, it's a bigger danger, and yes, to counter it, you need more means. This was as simple as that. Now, the thing is, a plane like a Su-75, given its alleged properties, once again I say alleged because it hasn't flown yet, we haven't made an analysis, would have been needed yesterday, not today, not tomorrow. Literally, it would have been needed yesterday. They fucked around with the MiG 29/35, and then we're in a situation where Americans can throw away all these shitty F-16s because they made the fuck ton of them, and the Russians that have a counterfeit don't have enough to simply pull them up. And this is once again a big problem, but it's not terminal. And as I said, if the MiG-29s are used as missile bearers with a detection done by AWACS or MiG-31, this can be extremely interesting to see and would cause a lot of problems for the Ukrainians if they try to employ the F-16s as a sky cleaner. If it's only to protect strike packages, then that's something different, and then you need indeed a different approach, which would be interdiction of the fire bases, which until now has been hit and miss. There have been very good times when Ukrainians wouldn't dare to fly too close, and then there have been bad times, especially with the double strikes against the Black Sea headquarters, the two ships in repair, and more recently the Ascot. So that's the thing. It's really a 50-50 hit and miss, and you cannot underestimate the F-16 if it's used in a bit of how can I say this? Risk every go for all mode. If they use it like that, try to stop the UMPKs for a couple of weeks. That could be a huge sigh of relief, especially on Kherson. Because right now, Kherson, we can discuss as much as we want about the UMPK's accuracy and effect, but we are seeing thousands. And this makes it almost impossible to line up a whole array of heavy means to do whatever they want to do on that side. That's it.
I have like a short follow-up question.
Yep.
So yeah, but basically, like, we're probably might end up seeing some a little bit of a, I wouldn't like to use the term dog fights and things like that because it sounds too Hollywood-esque. But I know the United States has a lot of F-16s, right? Like, I actually did a little bit of study. They currently have 630 or so operational, and I think the rest of the European countries have close to 300. However, like all models, however, like, don't the Russians have a lot of like MiG-29s, if I'm not mistaken, and also Sukhoi 27s? Like, they have a pretty considerable air force if required also.
Yes. But that's what I said. If you go into subtypes, you are going to get about 400 in active force. If they can refurbish a couple of things that were put on storage or mothballing, you can go up to 700. But that's your problem right now. The problem is that Ukraine doesn't have the capability to just push up those 600 planes. What Ukraine is going to do is what they always do. I spoke about this in a previous space. Ukraine, with every single so-called game changer, starts with a huge bang. The first HIMARS employment was an attack in around Izum when a famous Russian blogger almost lost his life. It was a huge damage to the vehicle park, and then they hit another vehicle park a bit further in Balakleya. First use of the Atacams, you saw it was a huge bang as well. 17 to 20 helicopters damaged or destroyed. Some of them have already been returned into service. Others will need a longer term. The 777, they did the same. They concentrated fire in the beginning. They were stupid enough to have whole batteries against the Russians. Once that pattern was noticed by the Russians, then the reversal started to happen. Storm Shadows, the same thing. First couple of attacks with the Storm Shadows. Once was a so-called command post in Lugansk. Then you had the follow-up attacks on depots. it always starts with a big bang. So that's the problem that I have with the Ukrainian employment of these systems. They're not changing the strategic outcome. They sometimes make it more difficult and more, how can I say this, costly, the Russian warfare. And on the case of HIMARS, they're literally bailing out the Ukrainian artillery wing. Without the HIMARS, a lot of what happened during the counteroffensive wouldn't have been possible for the Ukrainian side. The whole Rabotina salient it's literally due to the HIMARS strikes. The Vremetsky Ridge, same thing. It's literally due to HIMARS strikes. Some hits that happened in Crimea by Storm Shadow is because there were HIMARS strikes all over the Skadovsk area, including the Podlet, and also some rear strikes. We saw the investigative committee of the 126th Brigade that was killed by a HIMARS strike. Those guys were literally military cops. Okay, they were military-age males, they were soldiers, whatever, but they weren't having any impact on the ground. So the HIMARS is an important factor, and in the beginning, I keep saying that actually it's not that important without the ISR, so without the intelligence that goes with it, but still, it is keeping the Ukrainians in the game because it's a mean for striking way beyond what Ukraine can do. However, the problem with the F-16 as it stands is that Ukraine cannot afford to operate the 120 planes at the same time. The infrastructure needed for that would be at least 15 bases as a minimum and 24 bases in order for them to start doing hopping. Maintaining those 24 bases, if each base needs to have 100 people, that means 2,400 people. It's a lot of people around. It's a lot of material, a lot of equipment. There are stuff that Ukraine couldn't maintain in peacetime when it had the budget and it had the spare parts for everything. What's happening right now, and a lot of Russian TG pages are complaining about, is that Ukraine is slowly refurbishing stuff that, and you need to see the newest MiG-29 they patched up. It looks like shit, and I give it 2 weeks before it falls apart, but it flies. And they're doing it like fucking rats in tunnels, and they have dug up old underground facilities around around Lutsk and around Lviv to be able to patch up these planes. They go by night, grab old engines. They have had spares from Slovakia, whatever spares Slovakia had for the MiG-29s. They're putting everything together. Now, is this viable? For me, no. But once the F-16s come, and if the F-16s, when there's a problem, are just put back in these underground storages for the time being, they can survive a bit longer. Especially, as I said, the spare parts are going to come from abroad. There is enough of them. But when it comes to infrastructure around those F-16s, for the number that Zaluzhny and everybody claims, that's not going to be possible within the current war and within the current Russian capabilities. My biggest situation when I speak about the F-16 is not once again that it's going to change the war. My biggest situation is that it's going to give more grain, more water to the well of those who say that right now Ukraine is being forgotten and left to rot, while in fact it's not true. Ukraine is having what it asked. Zaluzhny made the list. Their procurement head honcho in June 2022 made the list. He said, we need this, and this to win. If you check what was pledged, what was given, technically, they have more than that they need because supposedly they also captured a lot from Russia when it comes to tanks, when it comes to artillery rounds. So once you do a cool and chill and calm analysis, you understand what the problem is. The problem is that Ukraine simply strategically doesn't have the means, human and other means, to sustain the warfare it is actually currently waging to Russia. And that's it. That's as simple as that. Therefore, the F-16s coming now are going to prove a nuisance, like everything except maybe the HIMARS, but they're not going to change the strategic outcome of where it's going to go. Because I said, and you said it yourself, Russia is just going to fucking double up. That's what I said with the MiG-29. That was my point. Russians would have to pull up old 29s or old stuff that was mothballed, refurbish them and put them in front line to double up or triple up the surveillance or the cover on these F-16s. And it will not matter. It will not matter on long term, because that would mean that Ukraine need to put an effort, a different kind of effort that it has right now. It would need, if it needs to operate all that stuff, to triple his air force. And we're not speaking only pilots and material here. We're speaking about all the sustaining effort, the volume, the storage, and so on. And this is where actually Russia wants them to go. If you analyze it properly, same for tanks, same for equipment. Ukraine right now is complaining about how he didn't have the equipment and supplies, but it's not true. When they started this counter, they were super happy to have their fucking Leopard tanks, their Bradleys, and so on. Because in their mind, in the mind of everyone, Western weapons are Wunderwaffe. They're gonna completely go over the minefield. They're gonna survive ATGMs. They're gonna survive FPVs. It's just not true. That's the mental fucking conditioning. And that's why I'm saying the biggest problem for Ukraine right now is that the F-16s, whatever victories or whatever muses they're going to score, are just going to up the ante of those who think that Ukraine is not being treated fairly by the West. But that's not the case. And this is my biggest problem right now, is that there needs to be a final stop to this bullshit about Western weapons helping Ukraine win. And the only way to do it, in my opinion, is to let these guys try to develop their F-16 plan or whatever they want, demolish that plan completely, like what we have right now with the Atacams. They gave 20 Atacams. What did it change? Did it stop Avdiivka with the Luhansk attack? No. Did it stop the Russian resistance down south? Quite the contrary. They are getting slowly but surely rolled back. So this goes exactly, in my opinion, to what I said, that the Atacams are coming here not really to help Ukrainians go forward. They're coming there to stop the Russians from pushing them back. And right now, that's what we're having. We're having a stalling of the Russian efforts of grabbing back what they lost. They've gone to attack in Novodonetsk, they've gone to attack in Staromayorsk, they've gone to attack in Prituny, they've gone to attack in Pyataki. This, I think, in my opinion, this is what happened. I link this with the potential end of ban of Iranian missile technology and so on. Actually, I've been proven wrong on that, and I need to admit, although the Russians communicated over this, I'm not seeing any great change. It is indeed true that we've seen from the Russian Ministry of Defense Iranian 122 millimeter rockets for multiple rocket launchers, but that's not what we had in mind. Same thing that we see blue rockets from North Korea, but that's not what we had in mind. We see artillery rounds from North Korea. That's not what we had in mind. That is a game changer in the sense that it makes Russia have a surplus of rounds to lob to the Ukrainians, and that's very important. But it's not a KN-25, 24, or 09, or a Fajr, or whatever ballistic missile that Iranians are now showing left and right. We even have the Iranians showing a version of Shahid with a belly camera. I initially thought it was a Rash. It's not true. It's a Shahid with a EO gimbal. Russians still haven't done it. We thought that Italmas was going to be like that, also with a belly gimbal. It's not there. At least we don't have a proof. There are so many things that they can still happen and change so much in this battlefield, and that we don't see it from the Russian side. Maybe it's happening, but they don't show it, because I said PR-wise, this is a disaster. That the F-16, in my opinion, is not going to alter anything. The point is to stop this cranking of Western weapons are going to help us win. Western weapons get used, they fail. Ukrainian situation gets worse. We need more weapon. You didn't give us more weapon. If the situation gets slightly better, see, free the Leopards, free the Abrams, free the F-16. This is the fucking cope that needs to be broken to some point. And to do that, Russians need a victory like Avdiivka and a threat along the lines of Konstantinovka and so on. Because there, whatever you're going to give to the Ukrainians, you're going to just be a plaster on a wooden leg. Right now, strategically, Russians are exactly where they should have been last year in November, but happened what happened. But the problem is that Ukrainians are exactly where they were last year when they thought that they had done the most difficult part, but now they're like, oh shit, no. And this is when I'm saying what I'm saying about the F-16. Those need to be let absolutely not breathe at all. We don't need an Atacam story with the F-16. And that's why I say, for me, the Russians need to double up everything just to make sure that nothing happens. The thing we don't want to see is an F-16 shooting down a Su-34 on a bombing run. It will probably happen. Once again, I'm a realist. Warfare is not an exact science, yet it is an exact science. But what's tactical, it's not operational, it's not strategical, and it's not doctrinal. And this is my thing. My biggest problem right now is to stop them from any kind of W before the end of the year. And next year, from January to March, we just need a grinding beyond Avdiivka, beyond Kupiansk. We need the Russians in Moscow. We need a situation where the Ukrainians cannot hide behind, you didn't give us the weapons, you didn't give us the ammunition. We need a situation when most of the Ukrainian society starts seeing the light, even a slight little fucking sliver of light, and understands, okay, these guys are indeed orcs, they're gonna fucking crush us. Because that's the only way when whoever right now is calling with a dog whistle to negotiate, and we have many of those, can have a voice. As Snake says about the situation, Zelia is way too powerful. He's gone too far within the Ukrainian political system, and you cannot get him back. It's just done. It's over. You cannot get this guy back. He is way beyond what you can save. He decides what he wants, right?
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Now he planted the story against Zaluzhny. Tomorrow he's going to plant the story against Syrskyi or whoever. I need to admit and tell Snake that he's fucking right. Like on that one, he saw what Zelia became 2,000%. And I was doubting. I still thought that there was someone behind him, but it's not true. This guy was let by those who thought controlling him within Ukraine go way too far. He's a conman who has conned himself in the position, but now he has all the levers. And in a sense, that piece from Schuster, I thought was psyop, but it's starting, given what's going on within the Ukrainian leadership, to sound like, oh my God, it literally was not that bad. Things are going even worse if you're throwing your general, your top honcho, under the bus. Because the thing with the Nord Stream story is not that much that you are like giving away a colonel. You are giving away your responsibility into something, a major terrorist attack, into an quote-unquote allies infrastructure. A lot of shit with Germany right now. We can literally point to Ukraine to a lot of woes that the German economic system has right now. I'm not saying that this is because there is no war. I'm saying that the whole lobby against both Nord Stream pipelines served America first, of course, but served Ukraine's political interests and Poland and whoever you want. But in this case, you can literally point out why Germany is in shit right now. And it's not because of the Russian war. It's because the Russian-German rapprochement was against the interest of you don't have enough fingers in both hands to count them. And that's my problem. That's why I'm going to pass the word to Sneg, that what we need from Russia right now is finally a stop to the PR mill on the Ukrainian side. How they're going to do it, we don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to add to that and just say that that story about Zaluzhny being the one who ordered the Nord Stream bombing, that was actually, according to the Thug Shaker leaks, that was actually reported like in June of 2022 that the Europeans supposedly passed the intelligence to the U.S. side, and that's how it got reported in those leaks.
Yep.
I mean, basically, if you think about it, like, he planted that story like way, way ahead of time, knowing that it might be useful at some point, right? In case this guy ever has, political ambitions. Well, here he is. Let's clip his wings, right?
And so to be honest with that, I'm just gonna a small part. You could sense the moment when Kherson was getting abandoned by the Russians. Remember the stories on Newsweek, Iron General, and so on. And what did Zelia do? Who went in Kherson the first? Was Zaluzhny. Was Zelensky. And everybody thought like, bro, the Russians are 2-3 kilometers away. You can get killed by a simple attack. And I agree with you 2,000%, man. On that one, go on. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I mean, it's just the guy is very well protected. I mean, I think there's a lot of ziggers are really just coping that, like, oh, there's going to be some kind of infighting. You're like, no, like Zelensky has no institutional power. If Zelensky wants him gone, like, he would be gone. And they'll just blow the lid on, like, and say, hey, here's the order where he actually ordered the bombing of Nord Stream. Have fun with Europeans.
Yep.
I mean, that's like they basically, if Zelensky does become, like, this is going to be very awkward diplomatically and politically if he becomes the leader of Ukraine and then has to deal with Germany. I mean, this whole thing is just like, it is basically just a poison pill that he planted more than a year in advance. And the other thing I just want to talk about, the air situation. I mean, what's going to happen is that essentially, like, it's going to be very, very difficult for these F-16s to actually to really do much of anything. They would have to put themselves at extreme risk. It would be interesting to see how much risk they're willing to take on, because I mean, their effective range on the missiles is maybe 30 kilometers. Their radars, given that there is a jamming environment, probably can only detect at 50 to 60 kilometers, and like glide bombs are released at 40 kilometers or so. So it's like it's very they would have a very small window to do anything while having some reasonable chance of surviving. Other than that, like, if you cover the Su-34s with air patrol, like other Sukhois or MiG-31s that can fire from 100 kilometers away, looking down, like, it becomes very, very difficult for them to really do. But again, there could be such situations where this shit happens. But if Russians are careful and they cover their Su-34s, I mean, this should not happen.
Yeah, I know. But that's my point was not that it's a done deal. Although, yes, I think that at some point Ukrainians are going to be adamant to have that moment, because that's what they do. The whole point, at least on that aspect, when it comes to naval warfare, when it comes to air warfare for Ukraine, was always to show that we can contest. And this is the problem, because there is no direct gain from it. What is being shown or being had It's not a direct gain. It's Russians are still bombing. Remember when those the Su-34 and Su-35 were ambushed or got hit by friendly fire? You call it as you want in Klinci with the 2 helicopters. Those guys, they went back at bombing along the same axis almost immediately. And what they did is that they reinforced their DRG raids over the Bryansk region, and we have this wonderful video of, well, them whacking up Ukrainian, I'd say, both SSO and also terror-bombs. But where I agree with you is that I'm not saying, once again, that was the whole point. I'm not saying the F-16 are going to meaningfully change the situation. What they're going to do is to provide again and again and again and again this shit show of a propaganda mill where, see, Western weapons are changing the thing, but they're not changing it because there are not enough of them. If there were enough of them, we could win. But the problem is that we cannot maintain that many things because we don't have the men, we don't have the infrastructure. So give us everything. So in a sense, we are going. This is my action. That was my bottom point. We are going to the point where Ukraine tests a principle they have been dying upon. It doesn't work, but it doesn't work because Ukraine is not NATO. So the end game of this logic is to ultimately say we need NATO to win. That was my bottom point. I didn't want to announce it like this, but it is what it is. To me, this is how I think that Ukraine is operating with a lot of these systems. It's like, okay, see, you can do great things, but we don't have enough. When we have enough, it doesn't work. Is because we cannot use the fullest extent of it because we're not NATO. So please help us more and help us more. This is, what I always said. It's a slippery slope when at some point, and we had Rasmussen say just that, we could get Ukraine with the territories it currently controls within NATO. While it doesn't control, we're not getting them into NATO area, but we're going to let Ukraine fight these territories over, which means that we literally are going to sanctuarize the current lock, but we're going to push the Ukrainians to go and get killed and also go and push and push and push and maybe risk a war with Russia because, once again, the biggest problem for Ukraine right now is that it cannot suppress the rear attacks from Russia, whatever they say. And this is something that you already said, and I'm not going to repeat that, but this is the main problem for Ukraine, is that for all the shit they talk, for all the footage they show about USD strikes, Storm Shadow strikes, and so on, Russia hurts them a lot more, and they know it. That's why they're asking for AD, they're asking for Gepards, they're asking for planes, they're asking for more and more and more. And this is something that I know, everybody who has a little bit of an acumen in there knows the biggest problem for Ukraine right now is that they presented Russia as something stupid, as something unable to, how can I say this, unable to fight this war, unable to learn, unable to evolve. But it's quite the contrary. Russia is evolving and learning in a war, and you said it first, and it's taking time to get there, but it's evolving into a time frame which any other country in the middle of what is happening with the structure also, because Russia is not going into a military mode. Yes, of course, they're investing, but when you analyze it properly, they are spending less than 5% of their GDP. When it's taken into account, maybe not less than 5%, for 5.7%, but still nowhere near from a country that is supposed to be an existential war. You know what I mean? So, and also one of the things I always say that today in a thread, Russia has still not had that oomph from a external factor to help it complete the level. Of course, we spoke about the ISR and so on. But what happens when Russia finally can have a fuck ton of strike drones? And you're going to say to me, yeah, but they had the time to build them themselves. Yes, maybe, but maybe they don't have the capability that another unmanned country might have. And also the production capability, because right now they need to produce a lot of stuff that should have been produced before the war, and you know that. And this is the thing. What happens when suddenly, sorry to say it, but the clouds start sneezing in Chinese or in Farsi Although we have had that with the Shaheeds and also with a couple of Mujahirs. What happens then? What instead of having 2, 5, 10 strike drones, you have 100, and you have 1,000 guys operating them, preparing them, and launching them from 400 or 500 kilometers, letting them loiter around the border areas. Once the strike attack is decided, throwing them into the battle, and of course losing maybe 10-15% of them. It's still 85% of those 100 drones are going to strike, and if every strike is potentially correct, that means by 4 rockets, you are looking at 400 targets destroyed. Maybe they're not all 100% vehicles, but they are going to be targets that you need. It's going to be communication equipment, it's going to be ammunition, it's going to be small vehicles, large vehicles, armored vehicles, SPGs, towed artillery. Who knows, maybe HIMARS or 2. These things, that's what I'm saying, that right now it hasn't been decided on the Chinese side to end this war, I think. But after San Francisco, as I said, I have this feeling that both sides are looking to this situation between Russia and Ukraine, and in great part is because both sides have the receipts of this war. America, because it still has invested a lot of shit in Ukraine, despite what everyone says, it's over 120 billion. Of course, most of it still spent within America, but it's still 120 billion. On the other side, the Chinese have on a vast array of systems the receipts for both sides, because FPVs mostly bought in China, drones, the Ukrainians keep buying Mugins and keep buying wide-body laser drones that they modify themselves. They keep buying engines, they keep buying subcomponents and so on. Russians do the same. Now we know that the Russians even concluded a whole maxi deal with Desert Cross for their ATVs. Audes actually is the group, but for Desert Cross ATV. And when you see the small presentation paper, we're speaking about 1,600 vehicles. That's huge. If you check Oryx, sorry, once again, 1,600 vehicles is, for some assets, half or more of what was lost in this war. So it would allow, I did a simple calculus very fast, if it's for 2 of them are for one fire team, that means 750 fire team, that means between 10 and 50,000 people. It could allow frontline teams to go a lot deeper, a lot faster, a lot quieter, and so on. Something that, again, Russia should have done back in the day. And this wake-up call, I'm sorry I'm being a bit lengthy here, I'm going to let you talk afterwards. This wake-up call is very complicated for me to understand, unless, once again, the plan is to literally trash and pull Ukraine through a lot of pain, a lot of misery, and when they're going to be quote-unquote ready for negotiations, hit them, as you said, and I'm starting to go towards your point of view, with the heaviest, most important concessions they could make. And okay, you spoke about 300 kilometers of demilitarized zone and so on. I think they're gonna maybe try that, but you know, you and me, we know it's gonna be a negative on that. But they're gonna force them to give up legally the oblast for sure, but even more than that. Gonna be maybe language concession, a buffer zone, whatever we said, a limitation on the military size of the force, something that actually proposed early on. The March proposal was for Ukraine to have maximum 65,000 people as its armed forces, in many ways comparable to what they asked Finland to have, which was more or less successful during the Cold War and even after. But this is, once again, and I'm agreeing with you, where I think we're going, and where the whole point with Ukraine has to come to an end, which is forcing them also to start recognizing reality. Because right now, the greatest advantage the Ukrainians is that they're completely shielded from reality. They can ask stuff, they can chastise people. We have We had them. Remember Melnik that would call Olaf Schulz a liverwurst, then ask for subs, and then we got Kuleba going even in a worse position when they're like, "What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, you give weapons." In a official press release. I mean, like, you can see where this is going. At some point, someone needs to talk sense into Ukraine. But my thought is that for Ukraine to start seeing sense, it would need what we have spoken about in private, which is such a large bloodshed and such a large, I'm going to say it, expense for Ukraine to stay in the game. And it could be blood, it could be equipment, it could be its own economy. And we spoke about the balance of trade, balance of payments, about its own population, because this is the most important part. Everybody in Ukraine right now considers that Ukraine demographically is gone. I mean, then their own demographers at some point, when they were interviewed by Italian newspapers, said 100,000 are dead, for sure. And then if we go like this, 35% of the population is also gone between now and 2050. But we already are very close to those 35% that, for a reason or another, are not going to come back to Ukraine. And this is something that, once again, you actually spurred me at the beginning. I wasn't 100% okay, but the more we're turning to that, the more I'm changing my tune. And yep, there you go.
Yeah, I have to leave soon, but I just want to make one last point. I mean, the other thing to watch is that we are entering election season in the U.S., and you're beginning to see certain actions taken by the U.S. that just had to have, I guess, are done for internal political reasons. I mean, you look at the way that even the Israeli aid is being held up now because of Mike Johnson's whole shtick about wanting to be fiscal conservative, and he's proposing cutting the IRS, doing things that would essentially make these bills DOA. But of course, what this is election grandstanding. Right now, he's proposing that they fund Ukraine with the confiscated assets, Russian state reserves. But the thing is, even if they threaten this, know that this is literally illegal in the U.S. and super illegal in the EU, where most of the money is. And there would have to be a lengthy process where the laws would have to get changed in all these countries. So what it is right now, even with all the statements, if you look at what's actually moving through, this is all political grandstanding. They're looking to position themselves ahead of coming up the budget negotiations, but looking 2024, the elections, and how the parties are going to make their case to the voters. Even Israel, which people consider to be the holy cow, the sacred cow of the U.S. politics, even they're getting kind of shafted in that they can't seem to pass a bill to support them because they want to play this internal politics. So I just wanted everyone to pay attention that perverse incentives can come to play, and it isn't just about what people want, but the fact that both parties are actually incentivized to be as obstructionist as possible ahead of the election cycle.
Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I mean, I thought the whole room was gone silent, so I was kind of waiting for it.
It's on your side. Apparently, I cut my own mic, so I'm really sorry about that. And I think that you guys didn't hear a thing of what I said, but I was agreeing with Snake when it comes to the political aspect in the US, because we have the same thing in Europe, and that problem is better personified by Orban's refusal to accept the disbursement of the latest Eurofund tranche for Ukraine, but also with some statements from France, which through Macron literally asked the Ukrainians to actually start making deals with French military industry instead of just asking of ready-made stocks, of which France apparently either doesn't have enough or doesn't want to part ways with. It's up to you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, when I first put my hand up, I had some questions, but I've been listening to so many kind of different interesting things, that I kind of forgot, my initial questions. I remember two small questions, side questions, that came along. One was,
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. The mic went off. Go on, Pete. I'm really sorry.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, sorry. Now my mic wasn't on for some. I mean, I kept pushing, my mic, but it didn't work. But anyway, I had some questions before, which I kind of forgot along the way because I was listening, to the interesting stuff, that was being said. But I have two kind of questions, because you were mentioning the Zaluzhny, and being set up, already in 2022, this and that, So I have two questions. One question is, do you see because I kind of feel like that basically the military in Ukraine is basically controlled by the UK, and the civil government is kind of controlled by the US. Do you see anything there, or because I mean, and also the second question, because then you can answer everything in once. The second question is, I mean, even though he was set up, as saying, yes, I ordered, not everybody in the whole fucking world knows, that that Ukraine, by itself does not have the capacity or the know-how, to do that, because I mean, you need a lot of equipment for to pull that to pull off that trick, So I mean, do you see anything there?
Well, for the first question, I'm not sure that it's the UK that's controlling the military. What I think is that the military for a long while has been gone more Westerner in order to avoid what Snake said, the fact that Zelensky quickly took over the reins of both services, so the military and the intelligence services. When it comes to intelligence services, maybe you can start to actually look around you and see that Budanov hasn't said anything or predicted anything for now almost 2 months. The last thing he said is that the offensive was going to continue on foot. And first thing that happens is that they try another tank rush in Zaporozhye, which turns to shit. When it comes to the situation with the military proper, I think that the military has been nurtured both in the UK and in the US, and now with the secondary objectives more or less achieved from the Ukrainian side. The secondary objectives is to have a deeper training, preparation, and fusion with NATO. I think the contacts there go way beyond the logic which is said or accepted or admitted by the US itself. Why do I say this? I say this by the following. When the pieces started to go out for For the counteroffensive, we first heard that yes, it's a stalemate and so on, and then Zaluzhny has the time and also the gall, because that's the funny thing as well. The guy, I said once again, if I am a military guy, I cannot allow myself, I'm going to repeat it, I cannot allow myself to go out in public and say to people, you know, guys, I fucked up because I wasn't able to predict that what we inflicted to the Russians with less means was going to happen to us with a reversal of the situation. And that reversal is that Russians prepared for months a in-depth killing field, and I just do a Pikachu face. How could this happen? On top of it, the Russians had, for at least a couple of months, so very early on, June and July, a very long arm to reach most of the Ukrainian equipment by having the Ka-52s ready to go. We had one of the longest range hits by a normal ATGM was the one at almost 12 or at 12 kilometers from Viker M, which was controversial because I had a discussion with DCZDX that's here, ciao frate, because to him, and he was right actually, it wasn't a hit directly on the Bradley, but somehow that thing blew up. I was 100% sure it was so, but when we saw the Bradley in question close up from the Russians themselves, it had hit something around there, and the explosion had gone through the whatever was on the Bradley, and it had caused a secondary explosion and had incapacitated the vehicle. But okay, this is something more detailed. What I wanted to say that you're Zaluzhny, you see what you did to the Russians, quote unquote, and you see the reversal not happening, and you go to public by saying, "Oh, I had to realize after 2 months that we're not making progress." For you to go public like this, and you are not going public in the Ukrainian press, because that's the funny thing. He literally presented his flank, okay, to a lot of commenters. They started to cope by saying, oh, see, Ukraine is democratic because the general can come forward and admit his mistakes. But the problem of that was not admitting your mistakes. It's that you are saying that you saw that coming, but still went with a critical and criminal order. I would say the same for what happened on the Russian side for a couple of operations, notably the river crossing in Bilogorivka in May 2022, where after the first day it was crystal clear that Ukrainians knew they were coming. So my idea would be to stop whatever you're doing, pull away, and just try and live for another day. The Russians still kept going there and lost the better part of a BTG in equipment. In man, that's something different. But so this is the thing. If this guy can afford himself to go in the Western press, there is a affinity with the West. While if you want to see what the result was, which is Zelensky literally the next day through his spokesperson saying there is no stalemate, we're going for the win, blah blah blah, Crimea will be liberated and so on. And there he completely also belied Budanov, because Budanov said, yeah, it's going to be a foot offensive, it's going to be slow and grand and so on. But both of them, Budanov and Zaluzhny, were going to the same point. It's going to get slow or not moving. While Zelensky keeps with this logic that no, there's no stalemate, we're moving forward, making progress, and this and that. And it's logical in many aspects how things are going to work from now on, which is they need to go back to the design room, drawing board. But as you said it itself, to go to the drawing board, you need the backing, and therefore I think that it's not more the Brits. I think it's more the army has Western contacts and Western backing, but the West can only help Zaluzhny so far within Ukraine. I agree with what Snake said. Zelensky is now the only boss with his team, and whoever is backing him.
Okay, I have one final question because we never see those numbers, and if we are to believe, the numbers, that Defense Ukraine puts out, more Russian soldiers have died, than ever set foot, in Ukraine. But okay, that being said, do you have any numbers of Russian losses?
Yes, actually, I on the last space I said something that now is clear, wasn't exactly right. Last space I said that there was not so much. Actually, I'm not even sure. I need to. But basically, I gave the impression. I hope I can go back to that and be sure. But I gave the impression that there was no real noticeable loss on the Russian side, that everything was we know that there is an excess death toll now, because the pro-Ukrainian side I follow had a little bit of a lag after Avdiivka, mostly because they had to work overtime, let's say it like this, and there is an excess death toll of about 217 to 247 Russians KIA for the month of October compared to September, August, and July in average, but it's still inferior to the month of June 2023, when the Ukrainian counteroffensive started. Those are proven deaths, by the way, with obituaries and references and links. And for the almost half a month in November, we can see that the Russians are going around 1,900 KIA for this month, proven for the whole front again. And it seems to be concomitant and corresponding to the fact that Russians now have gained the initiative and are fighting. If we need to distribute this along the whole front, it means that there's a rather important excess death toll, because death toll means also wounded people, of around 300%. It's going to stabilize around 300% proven. The reality can be different, can be 1,000, 2,000. This we don't know, but what we can prove is that indeed there is a 15 to 20% excess death toll, given to the fact that now the Russians are on the offensive all over the line. And this corresponds to what I envision as a typical assault death toll, and that's what I said. It would correspond to the losses within the area of fighting, the line of contact, and the type of warfare we're seeing. So overall, there is no 10,000 people dead per day, no 5,000 people dead per day, as the Ukrainian army is saying. There are no 30 tanks destroyed per day, and there are no millions of Russian soldiers incapacitated or even fighting in Ukraine at the same time. On that, you're right. The biggest problem, however, is that right now the ratio of losses, based on, once again, what can be proven, is stabilizing itself to levels when it corresponds to half of the previous losses from the previous period. So basically, when the whole front line was between 2,700 and 1,700 kilometers, now it has gone down to almost half that. While some losses are problematic, as I said, is that given the typical situation, and this I said on the last space, I'm sure that right now there are no conditions to overcome every single defensive situation, and mines are absolutely deadly, and they are not only deadly because they're well hidden, but because also both sides rely on AIDs or double stacking or differential type of counter offensive measures. So in this case, you can have 3 mines stacked up, linked to another charge, which is 3 to 5 meters beyond. So even if your mine trawler or your mine plow gets up those 3 mines, the charge that is going to be triggered by you pulling up these mines is going to act, and probably is either under your tank or in front of it,
it's going to cripple your tank. This is what we saw in a couple of cases in Avdiivka. The mines that were plowed out by the tanks were fine, but the EED coming next to it or behind it wasn't, and it caused the loss of or the capacitation of the tanks. So those methods right now are still not matched. They are still not possible to solve unless, once again, you have the time to do it. By having the time, that means that you're going to push these guys so far beyond your certain lines so that your sappers can do their job and open a pathway through these defenses. So in this case, the only possibility for the Russians to achieve quick results is to, in fact, sacrifice a lot of armor, is exactly what the Americans said that Ukrainians had agreed during their wargaming, but they didn't held their part of the bargain when it came to Zaporozhye. They did the first YOLO charge, lost a lot of shit. They said, we're not doing this. They started to go piecemeal with these attacks. And what happens when you go piecemeal in these situations, you're just going to lose less of them at one time, but more of them over time, because you're losing every time more and more and more and more. You're not getting almost anything back. While when you do this mass attack and you push your enemy 5, 10, 15 kilometers, you can always recover what you lost on the back. It's not optimal, but it's part of the current situation. That's your conditions right now. You don't own the skies, you don't own the ground either 100%. The enemy on both sides now is not forced to use artillery against light protected vehicles. FPVs are now a real pandemic. And both sides are now hitting longer and longer with those assets, which means that we are going back to a warfare where the most important part is to reach a certain position and squeeze the other side then with a slow grind to a point when it's useless for them. And we are seeing a repeat of Artemovsk, as I said in the beginning of the space. Now, the most problematic thing for the Russian side is not that much, as I said, the potential replacement of one or the other asset. The most problematic thing that I'm seeing is that in some sectors, a lot of announcements were made in the middle of this year about weapon systems that were going to come in power. Some are there, some are not there. Some are actually pretty good. They're doing better and better. We can speak about the refinement of the Lancet, but we're not seeing the Sputnik model of the Lancet. We're not seeing the swarming model that was supposed to be a kind of game changer. This can happen for a lot of reasons. Most of them is right now we are into an attrition war, so changing the product completely might be unwise. And on the other side, the conditions for that product to start working have maybe changed, because when that Lancet was presented, we still had this view that the Ukrainians had a lot of things to throw at the Russians, especially in Zapo. But from what we're seeing, even the latest surge around the Kopani axis, so west of Robotine, it's 10 tanks over like 3-4 weeks. 10 tanks was the average attack in August. 10 tanks, 10 vehicles, let's say vehicles. Let's not go the NAF away. But that was the average attack in August. Now you have 10 vehicles over 3-4 weeks in an axis that should have been a priority for Ukraine very early on. I explained why. They should have opened the silent and everything. And they're not making any real progress over there. So maybe the way this war is going strategically at this end of year is changing a lot for Ukraine and for Russia. And Russia now is thinking more about a more radical approach, especially now that it has the feeling that the F-16s are coming, that a couple of ACs are going to be added to the Ukrainian sleeve, and also that Zelensky is saying stuff that makes sense, mobilizing and militarizing the Ukrainian society. But you don't see the signs of that happening. On the front, they don't have enough men to keep all whatever gain they had during the summer. This was evident from the Berkivka retreat and the fact that they have culminated around Klishivka. They are getting pushed slowly but surely back around Zaporozhye. But most importantly, as I said, even the very promising quote unquote for Ukraine around Kherson is not developing to what was described. Let us say that it's true that they're still hanging on Krinky for now over a month, but they're not going anyway. And what they're showing is not even a streamlining of their supply lines. There is no heavy assets coming in. The only thing they could use, maybe those PTS2s, are going to just bring more bad luck to the people using them. And we are getting to a point where either this is some kind of walk the dog phenomenon that Ukraine sometimes has done, and Russia as well, or the Ukrainians are that stupid they're not going to go for it, which makes everything a little bit more complicated and complex for me to understand, because the question is, quo vadis, where are they going after it? And a lot of Ukrainians are saying, yeah, they are trying to pressure there so they can attack up north. And I'm like, when you check the topography and the logistics, they are attacking Krinky because it's the closest they can attack and they can cross without getting annoyed. It's between 600 and 800 meters. But if you want to go up north, it's between 3 and 4 kilometers at least. And above that, around the NPP, it's 15 to 20 kilometers. And of course, yes, it's drier now, but it's still soft ground. And let's repeat what we have seen. There's one thing that Ukraine is very bad at. It's trying to convert open ground into gains. I'm not saying that Russia is a lot better, but Ukraine so far has proven to not understand when it goes into a fire bag. It has gladly gone into a fire bag, it has liked it, and it comes back every time. And this is where I'm going to close the argument. For the Ukrainian side, the losses are more damageable right now, despite whatever argument is being set up about Russia losing more. I said this, Russia is going to lose more, both because of its posture, both because of it has more, and both because of, at the end, Russia can afford to lose more. It's Ukraine that cannot start losing what it lost during the Zaporozhye or the magnificent counteroffensive. And I made that comparison. If Russia, within 7 months, in average, lost 2,500 vehicles, but now we know that Ukraine, in the rest of the time, lost 1,000, and Russia 1,500, you can easily see where the problem is with the counteroffensive. Once again, it's just for the trends. These are Oryx numbers. You simply are seeing that the Russians managed with that counteroffensive to literally sap the Ukrainian capabilities, and this is exactly where we're going with this. Russia now can afford to start hitting people left and right, and also lose a little bit more, because the losses per se are not that crippling. It is indeed 15 to 20% more, but they weren't losing, once again, proven, the billion numbers that Ukrainians are throwing around. And if every month is at 2,000 to 3,000 losses, irrecoverable, it still is a very small fraction of the Russian military. You're going to be at what, 22 months per 66,000 irrecoverables? We know that it's probably a little bit more, but that's it. This is not something that's going to damage Russia if the same was possible and true for Ukraine, which Americans say that is true. According to numbers that we done, Trapped Iron actually did, we know that it's more than likely that Ukrainians are 70 to 80,000 minimum people short of as KIA, and then another 35,000 as invalids, so amputees, plus people missing, 15,000 admitted by themselves, MIA. So if you analyze it properly, you can see that Ukraine has lost its first army. The army that started this war for Ukraine is gone. And Russia probably lost a large part of the army that started this war as well. The problem is that we're going to what I said, to the replacement function, to the fourth generation. And Russia did something very interesting. It reduced the front. It allowed the front to be closer to Donbass. It protected what he wanted, what Russia wanted from the war, which is the Crimean corridor. And yes, it's getting hit in the face. It's getting hit in the neck, but it's still there. And that's the problem with this war. It is not anymore a big arrow war. It's literally a attrition war with everything that coalesces around attrition, which is the one with the bigger regeneration pool is going to win. Never mind how bad he fights. Never mind how bad it fights. If it's a purely comparison standard, how much can you put on the table? If you can put 100 and the other side can put 10, it's going to work. And I said why. Even if the guy who has 100 loses 60, but the guy who has 10 loses 8, at the end of the war, the guy is with 40, you're with 2. And yes, 60 against 8 is huge. It's 1 out of 7 and something. But you are with 2 now. He's with 40. Once again, these are not real losses. I'm just explaining how the decay works when the forces are that lopsided, which right now they aren't, but because, and once again, it's partly by choice on the Russian side, partly also by design, so that the Russian economy and society is not much disturbed by the war. And that's it. I'm sorry I was a bit long, Pete. So.
But do you have a one number for the whole SMO from the beginning till now?
Well, if I need to aggregate everything I was said, both by contrarian sources, so the Mediazona/Medusa report over the real estate processes, so basically people who died of young age and whose estate had to be adjudicated via court, and the trend of losses established via Poterinet, so the known losses from specific dates, because they are very accurate on that. They maybe not see everything, but the ones they see, they put a place, a date, and also a military unit. I'd say that for me, Russia is at probably around 120,000 losses, with at least 2/3 being irrecoverables in a way or another. So KIA or amputees. On top of that, I would add a elasticity of 20% over this. So it could be up to 140, 150,000 of general losses. So people who are wounded at any kind of time that came back or didn't come back. That's a different point. And I had a discussion with people from various times that it is made a bit worse when you try to consult the Russian, I'd say, numbers, because, for instance, I don't know if you guys remember Struna, which was a Marine lieutenant, very famous for his red bag in Mariupol. He walked on a mine, lost his feet, went to rehabilitation, and right now he's still an instructor for the Russian Marines. But for all purposes, right now he's not in the war. So how are you going to call this guy? Is it some guy who is irrecoverable? Is it a wounded but still in the military? This is some part of the gray area that I'm saying, that why it's very complicated for both sides to consider people who are amputees as 100% irrecoverables. We have had cases on the Ukrainian side when the guy got his leg blown, went back to war, and got killed. So how are we going to call this guy? Is this guy twice irrecoverable? No, he died once, but he was already supposedly an irrecoverable, and that should also start to point out to take the time to analyze. Right now we cannot do it because it's wartime and the data is secret, of course. But what we can mostly say is that, yes, I consider that at least 80K are irrecoverables, at least for Russia. Between 50 to 65,000 KIA, with a worsening effect in the beginning of the war, because fronts were larger, security and preparation was lighter. There were a lot of wastage from February to probably November. There were some actions where, the guys were lost or couldn't be recovered. We have had some mass casualties as well. The Avdiivka attack, a couple of other attacks as well, but the Ukrainian side as well. I mean, like they've traded these stupid kills, stupid mass casualties, and therefore I'm saying I stated what I said. To me, 65,000 seems to be a confirmed kill number, especially based on also other specifications. So a lot of officers on the Russian side have been killed. We are around 2,900 to 3,000, which does not correspond to something specific, because on the Russian side, officers are overrepresented. We are at a rate of 1 to 8. But because of the use of specific troops, like for instance, we have on tape almost 6,000, over 6,000 Wagner Zeks, so basically prisoners enlisted. We have people from DNR, whose military structure did not represent the Russian one until very lately, when they were incorporated, and they're still resisting a certain form of incorporation. So sometimes you lose a whole unit, and it's commanded by a surgeon from a DNR, who, like, whatever. And then the whole situation, as I said, is this one that I see both sides having a very close casualty number, because they presented themselves in more or less the same type of Orbat, with Ukraine having a little bit more, because the first attack for them was the first month, despite the fact that they so-called repelled it, was extremely murderous. As I said, we started with the first day with about 241 kills confirmed for the 24th. But the further we advance, the further we see on the posthumous awards and so on, there are for real at least 400 to 500 killed on the Ukrainian side the very first day. This is 100% proven, based on obituaries, based on posthumous awards. So the losses for the very first days on the Ukrainian side were terrible. And they were also terrible for Russians, because the Russians opened themselves to a lot of shenanigans, unprotected roads, long logistical lines, and so on. So on that aspect, the losses have been going down in general, but haven't been going down for the smaller front right now. And that's why I'm saying we should be at in irrecoverables between 8 to 95 for Russia, and 80 to 95 for Russia, and about 105 to 150 for Ukraine. Mostly because a lot of irrecoverables on the Ukrainian side are still missing, and also because the amputees, the number of amputees that we're seeing, there is no way that we have 15,000 amputees purely on a civilian role. I had this realization that unless Ukrainians were going into minefields, civilians were going to minefields, and that would have meant a huge problem for tractors blown up, farmers blown up. You need to know that 15,000 or even 10,000 adults uh, that blow up on mines would mean that many people going into places that were not supposed to be. And it's true that Ukraine got back a lot of territory and liberated a lot of, according to them, of course, a lot of territory, but it still does not cope with the fact that 10 to 15,000 amputees, civilian amputees, is to my opinion, logical when you take into account where they should have been gone up with regards to mines, to EDs, to whatever you want, scatterbills. So yeah, I'd say 100 on both sides, irrecoverables for sure. I would add a little bit on Ukraine side because unfortunately for the Ukrainians themselves, a lot of non-controllable entities have given numbers, and I would trust their numbers simply because they have no logic to lie about the amputees. It's very simple to see, and the institution who's dealing with this is a American Ukrainian foundation, which means that there is no way for them to publish completely falsified numbers, given that they would get, I mean, Ukrainian civil society would get back to them. And that's one thing also I want to add. Ukrainian civil society, despite the fact that it's mostly mum about a lot of things, when it comes to very utilitarian facts, they have always been there. And actually, a lot of things that the Russians started to do, Ukraine started to do first. So the deal drills, the situational awareness protests, and so on. We had these protests of people that have disappeared recently. There is this guy meeting with the women of his detachment, saying like, this is the problem with the payment. So the civil society in Ukraine, despite a very strict control on what they can say, what cannot say, especially with regards with airstrike results from Russia and other things, are still there, and we can see through their protests and their advancements that indeed a lot of numbers that we see from third parties within this Ukrainian war on the Ukrainian side are mostly correct. We don't have much psyop, and when it comes to the amputee side, we know that about 2,800 amputees, military amputees, have been going through Landstuhl and American hospitals, both in Europe and the US. So I can perfectly understand that there is another 30,000 or so in Ukraine itself, given that it's not possible to treat everybody abroad. So yeah, that's my point for that. I'm gonna add Wally first. Who was there, and then we're gonna go for Ray. Go on, Wally. Yeah, go, man. Yes, go, man. Yes, I'm still here. Yes.
So I wanted to talk about Pete's word about UK owning the military and America owning the government. Since Ukraine is a third world country, and I think we people agree that it is a third world country. What America does in third world countries, it always has dual channels, one in the political sphere and one in the military sphere. So when things are going well, it is freedom and democracy, and when things are not going well, they return to hard power and coups, and because they always have that second channel through through military and that Pentagon CIA channel. I think Ukraine is completely owned by USA. Its military, its entire political structure is. So when push comes to shove, if they feel they need to get rid of Zelensky, they have Zelensky, and a coup will happen, and Zelensky will be put in what you call it, house arrest, and Zelensky will take over. Similar, if they feel that Zelensky has to go, they will ask Zelensky to fire him. Second, I wanted to ask you a question. You are saying that resizing of US power. What do you mean by that?
About resizing of US power, it's very simple. Right now, the US is in a phase where it is distributing goodies. When you see the current so-called rearmament program on the European side, there are actually only three concurrent programs. There's a jet program, it's not going that well. There's a tank program, French, German, and there is a artillery program. Artillery program was left behind, gone. The tank program, I'm not sure, given how embattled both sides are into their own problems with the production, how much they don't believe in each other, because if the tank program was to go anywhere else, they would have started with the Tiger program, the helicopter Tiger, which actually France is going to be alone into developing further because Germany is going for the Apache, which is a mistake in my opinion, but that's something else. So what America is doing right now is literally eating its own lunch. What was interesting during the Cold War is that America fostered a European defense, I'd say, industrial complex, because it needed Europe strong. It also needed Europe to buy shit from America, but that's something else. However, when you see how the programs are going European side, Poland is buying a shit ton of tanks, apart from America, apart from Korea. The UK, yes, there is a Challenger 2 modernization program, but the new self-propelled artillery, still from Korea, K9A2. There was this deal from Norway with Germany of Leopards, but we're not really sure what's going to go on with that as well, because Germany is going to have its hands full if the war keeps going on. On the other hand, there is this supposed deal for 1,000 CV90s, but we don't know who's going to pay for those CV90s, because we're going to look at roughly 6 to 8 billion euros to produce those CV90s, and Ukraine or Europe are not going to foot the bill. On the other side, the whole Ringtausch, so basically a conveyor belt of give old shit to Ukraine and get new shit from NATO, is also going nowhere. Greece gave a couple of BMP once, is getting Marders. Does it really need those Marders? Other countries are getting Bradleys for BMPs. You got Romania buying at an absolutely daunting price Abrams, $18 million a piece. Like, oh my God. And part of it, half of it, are going to be M1A1 structures to be further modified into M1A3s. So this is what I'm saying, that America right now, it's just reinvesting itself in Europe, and so it's getting easy money. There are no new markets. On that aspect, the recent announcing of strikers to be built in India is very interesting, because it would be a first opening outside of its current captive market. But moreover that, even if they produce those 1,000 strikers over there, the cost would be about 4 billion. It's basic almost nothing. And this is our biggest problem that we have right now with the US. The resizing is that they are refocusing on something they already have. Their extents, they were supposed to be in Africa, but they're completely refocusing in a completely different way. They are taking over Europe militarily, politically, and socially. They are hitting Germany very hard by imposing it from the beginning a dilemma between go for a natural, cheap, sustainable, and feasible gas supplier, or go for a system which relies on imports that can be cut whenever the US wants, or that rely on having the Suez Canal open or the Persian Gulf open. All these steps that put so many issues within the German supply lines are by design. America is reclaiming what it thought it was going to lose. If Europe wakes up and sees in Russia not a threat, but actually a natural partner. Russia is in Europe, America isn't. And that resizing is that America is going to focus on its own assets. It's going to try and rally around what it already has. And meanwhile, it would also show itself, and on that I said that already in the last space, on Palestine, for instance, that whatever it claims to be its values, it's bullshit. It's literally bullshit. I made the small joke. The Greek journalist that asked the Department of State spokesman that would you consider this under the same light the occupation of Cyprus by Turkey that you consider the occupation of Ukraine by Russia, and the Department of State didn't say anything. Like, oh yeah, I cannot brush everything by broad strokes. I'm like, brother, it has nothing to do with broad strokes. It's literally the same thing, and it's a UN stuff. Same thing for Israel. Israel is committing war crimes. That you are happy or not, just the same. They're still war crimes. We're seeing an ethnic cleansing and a conquest of something that isn't theirs. That Israelis, however, claim that's theirs. Russia supposedly doing the same. They are doing the same. Russia is an international pariah. Israel, we have people going up in France and other countries making marches to sustain their fucking ethnic cleansing process. And you can be against me and not like what I'm saying. It's the truth. That's what they're doing. There is a France 24 on that. The ambiguity of France television is huge, and it has to do with the large Muslim minority in the country. They were showing what was going on. Israeli army called a journalist on his phone. They found his number. Said, "You motherfucker have 30 minutes to get the hell out of your house because we're gonna level that shit." He obeyed. You need to see that. I'm gonna try and find the excerpt of that footage. Within the footage, there are 3 people getting killed or wounded while going through the corridor that the Israelis asked them to go through. Remember that this was decried when supposedly Russia did it in Zaporozhye and in Mariupol. Nothing happens on the Israeli side. People go and protest on the streets. Who the fuck cares? This is not what I think, but this is what is happening. So overall, nobody has anything to say when America has decided that it's its friends doing the shit. And this is the resizing I'm saying. Nobody, and we said that we have a discussion, nobody's going to forget what's going on in Gaza right now. It's not going to have a direct reaction or a realization right away, but we are going to have a different approach to American power and American influence. This is, you cannot even discuss it. How much is going to last? Once again, I said it's going to be a generational change for sure, mostly because America needs to start really losing the second part of its war. So basically, it's financial power. If they start coalescing assets from Europe and impoverishing Europe, both industrially and financially, what's going to happen is very simple. America will have a less capable partner within Europe and within the Eurasian continent, and this would force them to always have a second eye open if they want to start trouble in Asia. Of course, in Asia it's different because it's not as clear cut as in Europe when you got quote unquote Russia against anyone. but you have China and India looking, across the demarcation line. You got Pakistan and India having issues. Pakistan having a great relationship with China, but still being under, and you know that better than me, U.S. influence. Then you got the Australians that are actually a very small country, but with a huge strategical importance, trying to play with the big boys while being a Lilliputian. And then you have in-betweeners. We had Thailand that was opening to China now. We had Indonesia going to a different way and going towards BRICS. We got the Philippines that for a while seemed to go towards China. Now there is a break there as well. But with the same problem is that all these in-between countries are literally going around because they still have an open political system which can be influenced by both sides. But when it's going to come to the reality of it, and that's something I said last year already, I've been saying that for people who know me since 2014, the US with the annexion of Crimea and the fact that it didn't rush to choke Russia out of that annexion, they had already lost the first round. They lost the first round and they lost it so hard in the sense that this whole war was inevitable. In due time, I'm not gonna say, because in 2021, in first April, I said I don't see Russia going for the whole conquest of Ukraine, which they kind of not tried, but anyway, we cannot double guess whatever the Russians want. They went for a whole front attack, so I wasn't exactly right, but I also wasn't wrong in the sense that it made no sense with what they went through to try and conquer Ukraine. However, what made sense, and I'm going to repeat it, is that they started a process of Russification of Ukraine that America started to counter after the end of the Cold War. And this is also, once again, what America is doing. It didn't need to do this. America is going kinetic for matters that it always had its way. Now it's not. Now it's forced to literally kill Ukrainians to save its play within Russia. Now it's forced to start belying and denying what it says it's supporting, the one China policy, and meanwhile it's arming Taiwan. We have all this process of America getting a bit schizo, while we have the process of Russia and China and other countries just going towards what they always said. That's what I said in the thread, that in a sense you have people who say one thing and another and find themselves up defending something that are not supposed to stand for. I mean, go today in Europe and start telling them, hey guys, would you be all cool with ethnic cleansing? Are you going to get hit on the street? In some countries, saying that is going to get you jailed or fined. But not everybody. Everybody in Europe is like, we're fine to ethnically cleanse part of Ukraine out of its Russian-speaking minority. We are fine with what's going on in Gaza. And don't get me with the population is against it, but the politician, at the end, it's the politician who decide for your voice. And this is the point I was saying. We are getting to the point when on both sides the system in the US and Europe is showing up to be more and more and more and more out of sync with what they're pretending. And this resizing is a bit like we see in the maps in this special military operation. When you have the gray zone and the control zones, the American so-called gray zone is getting shorter and shorter, which means that in many cases, America will have to play by only two rules. The major soft power it had for so long, due to its supposed role as mediator and so on, is going out. America is either a kinetic force or a commercial force, a mercantile force. So they're either going to kill you or buy you. You don't have this influence, this inflexation where people want to become like America. They want to go to America to make money and have a good life. But the interest of the American state right now, when you see even with its closest ally, are in the phase where they haven't been for almost 50 years. It's literally what happened when America was being confronted over the Vietnam War in Europe. And now the European politicians are walking lockstep with the US, but everybody's feeling the pain, starting by Germany. And this is the whole point of it. That's why I'm saying the resizing. You're going to have a out of sync relationship between Europe and out of sync relationship between Europe and America, and out of sync relationship between what America says and it does. This was always the case, but now, especially with Ukraine and Israel, it's more palatable than ever. And you cannot. America had a justification in 2001 by these horrible attacks, but in 2023, and what is allowing Israel to do? Actually, the whole point with 2001 is a lot of people said that it was wrong to react how we did. But now the Biden administration is saying that it's fine. It's literally fine. You can ethnically cleanse Gaza. It's perfect because you need to get rid of Hamas. And the best thing to get rid of Hamas is to kill every Palestinian or displace them. It's done, and it's true actually. If you are completely true to yourself and you are an American, it's true. No people, no problem. But it's not what exactly they're claiming, especially in Ukraine. So yeah, that's what I think with the resizing of American. Basically, they are showing themselves who they are. So the excess of trust and credentials that they ever had, in my opinion, gone. I'm going to add Ray because he's waiting for so long. I'm really sorry. Go on, Ray. Ray, can you hear me? Ray?
देखिए
Oh, I just added Ray, but apparently it doesn't want to add him. Ray, it's up to you, man. Yeah, Ray?
Yeah, I want. Is it me? Is it my turn?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. I'm really sorry because you had to wait for a long while.
Okay, no, it's all good. I just wanted to ask you first. So, like the casualties you were saying, the 120,000, whatever. Does that include the prisoners as well, or no?
On the Russian
Yeah.
side, you mean? Yeah, but the problem is that, unfortunately for the Russians, there are not that many prisoners. The Ukrainians are always making this joke that's not a joke. Wally, I'm just gonna cut your mic, man, because I don't want to do it, but sometimes it leads. I have a huge echo on my on the phone. So yeah, sorry, Ray. So basically, those are indeed numbers with the prisoners missing in action and irrecoverables in a way or another. As I said, for instance, there are cases that the guy is not on the front line, and we're not going to be on the front line, but he's still serving. The case of Strona is an illustration of that, but there are many much cases, and there are also guys who are serving. So basically, they are still wounded with a prosthesis, but still on the front lines. Now, yeah, that's why I think, and as I said, a large part of the first army on the Russian side, and I think the whole first active forces on the Ukrainian side have been wounded, killed, or captured at some point in this war. And this is also why it was so difficult for Ukraine to replace its losses late on 2022, why it took so long to shape a rather small counterforce They themselves said it was about 40,000 people ready to counterattack. I put that even under because the equipment that were given to work with didn't really compute with 40,000 people. And generally, as I said, yeah, it's a very killing war, and the first months and the large front initially contributed to large casualties on both sides. That's why both sides actually were very happy when the Russians decided to shorten the front line initially by leaving the northern part of Ukraine, and then after they were pushed out partly in Kherson, although that didn't really change the front line, but especially around Kharkov, that shortened the front line a lot for both sides.
And then I had a question about do you follow the politics of it or on the Ukrainian side or no?
Yes, the problem is that we had a discussion with Snake. Eventually, is that at the beginning, I really thought that Zelensky was a frontman for something else, for other interests. Then the Kolomoisky affair happened. So basically, the guy who was supposed to bankroll Zelensky got jailed by Zelensky, or we thought it was beginning like a show trial, that nothing was going to happen. But now Kolomoisky has been raided a couple of times, and clearly Zelensky, whatever control was on him by whatever group within Ukraine, is a free man. He's doing things, he's taking decisions. We are hearing a lot of stuff around him. And also, the latest was, I think, the most showing situation when, as I said, Zaluzhny, for some reason, decided to expose his woes and his problems to the Western press instead of having a discussion with the Ukrainian press. He didn't stop to Kyiv Independent on or other people to say, you know what, we have a problem, we're on stalemate, technologically we're stuck, logistically we're stuck, and we have problems with everything. He went to the Economist,
Yeah,
and he actually
about
had
that.
some.
About like so I don't
Yeah,
know if you see it, but it feels like they want to kick Zelensky out and there's two the UK and the USA are both fighting on who should take over. I think the UK is backing Zelensky while the USA is backing someone else. I forget his name. Because the USA also wrote an article, but it was it was the Washington Post, but it was another person who they interviewed, if that makes sense. So it feels like they want to kick Zelensky out because he couldn't get it done, and they want to replace him. And both sides disagree on which one should take over from him, if that makes sense.
yeah, and I think that the problem with that aspect, that approach, is what Snake said at the beginning. I had also the same more or less thought as you are developing here. It has nothing to do with. I thought it was UK and US. No, my idea was he was a frontman. At some point, he was gonna fuck up, and then he was gonna get kicked. What happened is, first of all, he didn't allow with the election for 2024. Logical, in a sense, he's in the middle of a war. For his survival and for quote unquote Ukraine survival. Uh, there are a lot of mistakes that were made by him, both going to this war, during this war, and that we're gonna learn if he gets booted out of power through a democratic process or elective process, because democratic is gonna be a stretch. We're going to discover a lot of things. And that's what I said last space. The biggest problem with Zelensky right now is that we are going to discover the level of destruction he inflicted by his intransigence to his country, like military losses, human losses, economical losses, and so on and so on. And on the other side, Snake said it very well. He managed very early to get rid of a lot of Poroshenko guys within the state security. And that's it. It's done. And this is also why Poroshenko now is completely sidelined, despite the fact that he's trying very hard to prove that he's a super patriot, buying trucks, buying drones, and everything. He's trying to stay relevant for whatever reason, but by having Zelensky cutting all possibility by negating the elections, by stopping the elective process for next year, literally we have this situation where Zelensky is going to be a democratic leader, but without an election in 2024, while Putin, the autocrat, and this is something that the Russians are going to play a lot with, is going to get reelected. And if they are savvy, peer-wise, they're going to re-elect it on a landslide, like 65, 70%. And the situation on the front, if it's going the way I think it's going to allow Putin to get up and say, we went into the shit in 2022. This is what we have managed to stabilize the front, pushing the Ukrainians back, liberating, blah, yada, 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 more territory. There is enough things to spin around. But the situation is that Zelensky is putting himself in jeopardy in this case, but not having these elections, which I agree with. It makes no sense during war, and half of your territories not having the possibility to vote. But that's the whole point. And second, you're going to have Putin going to get re-elected through whatever elections you want to call them, but he's going to have an election. So in this case, it's not as much as UK or the US or whatever. I think it's simply Zelensky failing, knowing he has failed. Who set him to fail? I said already, himself first and foremost, and the people around him, but also his supposed allies by not being able to sustain the war that Russia imposed to them after November 2022. And also on the other side, the location. Russia is Ukraine is at the doorstep of Russia. The US need to, for at least 8 months, reestablish a logistic track for Ukraine. And that involves 4 different countries: Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania. And each and every country was ready for it, no problem, no questions asked. But the situation is different. The situation for Ukraine is multiple countries trying to organize themselves to keep them afloat, with, in exchange, some kind of PR to be able to do. So results in ground taken, results in a direct comparison between Russia and Ukraine. And in that sense, the more we go into this war, and if you want to analyze what's going on within Ukraine, you can see the corruption. Military enlisting officers made fortunes by allowing people to avoid selection, avoid enlistment. We have guys completely unfit for service being pressed into service and dying a couple of weeks after. We have a lot of theft. The situation that we spoke about, the deputy of Zaluzhny dying because he was handling grenades for his birthday. Of course, it's very symbolic, but it also shows how the Ukrainian society is going towards a abnormal path, which actually Snake said actually is par for course, and I tend to agree with him. But overall, what is showing is that Ukraine is not making any progress. However, it makes no sense to Europe because Ukraine is the fastest country candidate who got a membership program, despite the fact that half of its territory is in jeopardy, 20% of its territory is not under its control, its economy is in shambles, its jurisdictional process is completely fucked up. It's a openly corrupt country where everybody that knows the place, Ukrainians themselves, I'm not even using pro-Russian sources. I posted a Telegraph article. I can post you whatever you want. La Liga UA, Kiev Independent, Kiev Post, even fucking Euromaidan PR, even Ukraine Forum is going to go like that. Pro-Ukrainian Western sources. You can see that the more you go in there, and I'm not even talking about the Schuster piece on Zelensky, the more you go in there, the more you understand that it's a breeding ground for corruption because the situation is clearly abnormal. So a lot of things that are going on in Ukraine right now are out of control because the control is the people doing these things out of control. And at some point, it worked perfectly because Ukraine was having the upper hand in this quote-unquote mobility warfare. Last year, the Russians weren't well prepared. didn't follow a coherent plan. Part of it was also due to political leadership, so due to Putin himself. But right now we have the country. The war is turning to a grind. They need bodies. Suddenly, everybody understands that the situation with the enlistment is fucked up, because you cannot call yourself Ukraine and not manage to be able to produce more than 60,000 people trained into European or NATO countries. And this is the funny part. They have that problem right now. And this is where the politics of it go into account. Ukraine, due to this war, is going exactly the way it's supposed not to go. There is no democracy. There is no oversight. A lot of people, I don't know if you people remember, but last year between June and November, there's this guy Molovanov, a Ukrainian booster, who said that, yeah, we rebuilt this, we rebuilt that, we did all this shit. And this guy literally stopped doing that this year. This year he was on pure propaganda mode until the counter arrived. And when the counter arrived, everybody on the Ukrainian side cried their eyes out. It was literally the shittiest thing that you could see. It was hilarious. These guys were completely floored. They weren't expecting this because they hyped up their own situation. And this is something that you only do when, as I say, you are not in a normal state. When your country, instead of being serious, is becoming a giant meme. I mean, these people let a lot of their PR be done by guys abroad who are not mentally sane. Ukraine literally had its Minister of Defense having a NAFO dog. Like, what the actual fuck? And this is the whole problem. They rode on this wave of, how can I call this? PR delusion. And this happens only if you have the fox running the hen house. But nobody's going to tell you this. And people who say that, they get strictly rebuked. The Schuster article on that, actually, it's the only thing that I actually appreciate, because it shows exactly where the problem is. And the problem is that Ukraine is presented like the arch nemesis and the opposite image of Russia. But in fact, it's true. Only not the way Europeans are saying that. Ukraine is worse than Russia in so many things, so many ways. Yet, you are not going to listen or hear that from specific people. What you're going to hear and listen is that we are defending democracy in Ukraine. But as I told you, if you are defending democracy in Ukraine, what the fuck is half of your units doing with skulls, SS symbols, white power, and all this shit? Once again, I know that a lot of my public has no issue with that. They call them base and everything. But I'm just saying, this is what you're announcing and this is what you're showing. That divide is too huge to be a symptomatic issue. Some misguided people. This is who you are actually. And this country is very funny because it's also the country where Zaluzhny gets outed regularly for hiring prostitutes, giving favors to people who he shags. And we had this joke early on the war, in the middle of the war, last March. Now again, Zaluzhny has troubles with his judgment. His deputy is an asshole who killed himself. He ordered Nord Stream, and all these drops show you exactly how dysfunctional Ukraine is. And that's the political aspect of it. While on the other side, the people who are quote unquote ratting on the Russian leadership are doing so illegally. There is hacking going on. There are people who are in open conflict like Prigozhin, who started to sow discord and say, yes, Shoigu is doing this and that. These guys are parallel structures within the Russian state. It's quite the contrary from what's happening when official structures on the Ukrainian states are literally playing mob with each other. So this is the major point I want to say. Ukraine politically is in a very dire state. It's very bad in bad moment and a bad place. But unfortunately, there is nothing else. You can try and put Zaluzhny, but Zaluzhny is the military guy. What you're gonna do is putting Shoigu in Putin's place. I'm not sure that Zaluzhny has the charisma or even the idea on how to manage that state without reproducing the worst of the Poroshenko time, the Poroshenko era, which this is the funny thing, Poroshenko was an idiot, but he was smart enough to keep everybody happy until he was deposed. Zelensky started by literally breaking everything, trying to put Poroshenko in jail, getting rid of his men, and so on and so on. There is no power sharing with Zelensky, and there's not going to be a power sharing with Zaluzhny either. So Ukraine, right now, what they need, and I should not wish well to my enemy, Ukraine, what they should have right now is a real Maidan. It's people from maybe not civil society, but from both circles, military and security, coming together and saying, okay, we have one asshole and we have one idiot. And come with something different, maybe unity platform and so on. And we had also this mass dismissal of Ukrainian war cogs, Malyar, Reznikov, and all these guys. Now we have words about generals getting demoted or punished for whatever happened. This is the things that I'm saying. Ukraine right now, to do something interesting, is literally get rid of both sides that cannot do that. Try to negotiate something that would be not too crippling for them, but also not definitive. So try and stall whatever Russia wants to do with the oblast and say, no, we're not accepting the annexation, but we're and maybe see if the Russians have the appetite for a Minsk III, which is going to result in another war. But at least Ukrainians can maybe prepare better. So yeah, on that aspect, I'm saying to you, the only thing that Ukrainians need right now, it's indeed either a silent revolution that may be happening because America is fond of those, or for some reason Zelensky changes his mind, does a very short campaign, and allows elections like a month before the term, so nobody has time to prepare, and times them well enough with some kind of success on the front, and gets reelected. And then he will not have to suffer what's going to come all the year 2024 if the war turns around badly for them, which is, oh, but your leadership is undemocratic, and Ukrainians are getting done with that fact, and yada yada yada, and you understand what's going on. So that's my aspect, is why the politics in Ukraine right now matter a lot, but they don't matter at all, because there are no politics possible in Ukraine as it stands, given the state of war it's in, and also given the state of corruption that this war is enabling. Yet for van der Leyen, Ukraine is the perfect member in devenir, let's say it like this, potential member for the European Union. Meanwhile, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, I don't want it to happen, but I think Albania is less corrupt and has less issues, and we are a lot more open to European humiliation than Ukraine, and we have better beaches. But no, it's not good enough. Ukraine, something else. Yep, so that's it. Pete, I know that you wanted to intervene. Up to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, that access negotiations have not started with Ukraine yet. And I seriously doubt, even with all the good news reports, that the European Commission brings out this and that will happen, because you need a kind of a unanimous decision for access negotiations to even be able to start. And it's only when the heads of state meet, so that there is a possibility that it might be on the agenda in December when they meet. But I seriously doubt, that countries like Hungary and stuff like that, will accept that. So I mean, they're still far off of being an EU member, because making them an EU, Europe is still struggling, with the 12 member states which joined in 2004. So I mean, it would be really stupid to do that.
Also, as you know, there is a mutual defense obligation for European members, which would put the EU officially at war with Russia, and I don't think that anyone wants that. I perfectly understand. What I'm aiming this at right now is the PR around Ukraine and what van der Leyen said, because I think that's irresponsible. As you said, there's no certainty about that. If they get shot down by Fico or Orban, it's just going to make matters worse. We also don't know if the Poles want that, because as you know, they have already a lot of issues with the fact that Ukrainians now are able to dump a lot of agricultural products in the market. And they had already this situation when the Polish, it's a new government in Poland, it's a new system and everything. But this is the major concern that I have, is that in Europe, the PR template is no problem, Ukraine is already European. And I said it would be insulting to a lot of people who waited for so long and who are also strategically a lot more important. I'm not saying Albania, I don't care, but Turkey, for instance, which literally would give Europe the control of the Black Sea, is not good enough. Yeah,
Sorry
I know,
Sorry
Ray.
to cut you off, but Turkey would never be in the EU. It's way too big, and it's Muslim.
I know. But that's it has always. I did a space or part of a space, and Pete can actually testify to that when I explain exactly why Turkey had a problem, a strategic problem, because it would never be in the EU, and on top of it, it is far from any decent market, and in order for Turkey to sustain and accomplish its own strategic goals as Erdogan has set them out, Turkey would be at odds with the EU itself. So that's the biggest issue. So yeah, Pete, that's a part of it. And we have an MVP of the Team War Criminal, Trap. Aaron, go on, Trap. It's up to you, man.
No, these spaces always kind of last much longer than you want them to last, because you keep on listening, and then you procrastinate, all the things that you really have to do in real life.
I'm sorry,
but
man.
yeah, but no, Turkey. I mean, there's also a reason, why Turkey will probably never become a member state. Is because the number of EU parliamentarians, MEPs, is basically calculated on the number of inhabitants that the country has.
Exactly.
So that would mean if Turkey became a member state, I mean a big majority, not a majority, but a big fraction, of the EU MEPs would become Turkish Muslims, and I think that there is the thing which will keep boycotting Turkey, and of course Turkey. I mean, Erdogan hasn't really done any good any good favors for his EU membership, so basically he was kind of begging for it in the beginning. But because it was basically France who kept the access negotiations from starting right up till the end, because they wanted some guarantees. And then when the ceremony of the start of the access negotiations was about to begin, Erdogan missed his flight. He said, or he said he missed his flight. So all these dignitaries, were all there waiting for him, and he never showed. So I mean, there is this kind of back end thing. I mean, I think that the Turkey basically, asked, to become a member state. I think in '74 already. For the first time. So I mean, yeah, I don't think it will happen, or especially not anytime soon.
'74, they would have. The UK was ready to accept them in because their population was small. They would have been like Croatia today, just some vacation resort for the other people. But since now it's industrialized itself and it has a high population, yeah, there's no way for them to have. You're more likely to see a war between Europe and Turkey than to see Turkey in Europe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Pete, last time. Actually, that the goals when it came to not the goals, but the aims of the Turkish nation with or without Erdogan, especially its special economic zone in the Aegean, put them at odds with Europe, especially with Greece, and this is also, thank God, one of the biggest reasons why Europe cannot give more assets to Ukraine for its war, because Turkey and Greece are looking to each other as angry cats. So, for instance, Leopard tanks that could have been given to Ukraine, not going there, both Greece and Turkey holding a large amount of them. Anyway, sorry guys to interrupt this. Trapped, I'm really sorry because you asked. Go on, man.
No, I just wanted to quickly step in because I just wanted to share a quick anecdote. It's my work's a little busy, but regarding Ukraine and the EU, I remember when these conversations first started coming up, my uncle, in Ukrainian, he's called Maestriko. He is a professor at the Lviv Polytechnic. And I remember him telling me in 2013, when Ukraine's economy was in much better state, all this stuff, that once Ukraine joins the EU, that he will be able to go on Saturday to Paris to get a baguette, that he will go then on Saturday to Croatia, go to the beach, and be in time for work on Monday. This was the delusion that ultimately fueled the Maidan. This was the delusion. But I think the biggest thing is that Ukrainians didn't understand, and what I try to explain, is that the things that made Poland possible, the funds that made Poland possible, Poland was, a shithole, relatively speaking. Now it is okay, they are still toilet cleaners, but, more wealthy toilet cleaners.
Yes.
But the things that made this possible was the money that the EU had in the late 90s, early 2000s that propped up such an economy of a country of about 30 million. This no longer exists. I tried saying it so many times. This doesn't exist. To subsidize such a state where, I showed pictures of this on my account, where I went to Nikolaev back in 2007 when I was a young kid. I took pictures of the shipyard there. Things were corroding, things were falling apart. Every industry there just completely gutted, and they think that it's going to all be subsidized. That they can offer something to the European market, that they can compete with everything else. I keep saying the money just doesn't exist anymore. They wasted it all. They had to spend so much money on Poland, on Romania, on Bulgaria, and even now, Romania and Bulgaria, it's maybe a little richer than Russia, sure, but not too much.
But not only that, they destroyed, the money pig, of Europe. I mean, by blowing up Nord Stream 1 and 2, they destroyed, the most innovative, country, and the big powerhouse of Europe. I mean, so there won't be any money to do anything for Ukraine. Yeah, okay, they will be able to paint, the top of the buildings, blue, and the bottom of the buildings yellow. But that's how far the money will go, and then the money is finished.
Just one more thing. Sorry for jumping in. Like you were talking about Poland and Romania and such. These people don't even understand. Like here in Romania, in order to have access to the EU funds, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. They'll always find some bullshit reason to kind of cut down on the funds. Oh well, you still haven't met the what's it called, the MCV, the some sort of thing regarding corruption. The corruption fighting type of thing. And keep in mind, like Romania is what it is, but we don't have these sort of situations where you would have like someone like what's his name, Komoyorski, who basically has the wealth. What was it? He was worth over $5 billion,
Yes.
whereas the GDP of Ukraine was like 160 billion. So this guy basically had his net worth value was 3% of the country's GDP. You don't have this sort of bullshit over here. Do these people like really? And right now they're putting a lot of all sorts of hoops again for, oh, you want this national reconstruction whatever fund. Well, you see, there's this issue here, and then there's this other issue, and also like regarding the Schengen area. Like Romania has been trying to get into the Schengen for years and years, and we basically did pretty much everything these guys wanted, everything. And if it's not one country that's saying no, like Austria, then it's another, and it's always the same bullshit. It's always the same bullshit. It's always like it's kind of like that sort of thing in the neighborhood where somebody steals your phone and then you want to grab it from the guy and then he throws it to some other guy and then that guy throws it to some other guy and they mock you. This is kind of like shit that happens for all these Eastern European countries. Like the whole honey and milk and European Union pretty much kind of ended in the mid 2000s.
Yeah, that's also something else I wanted to add over the situation about the Ukrainian side. This was announced by Der Spiegel. There was a couple of multi-part advance towards Maidan, and apparently, okay, we're gonna take Der Spiegel's word for it. At the latest meeting between Ray, I'm going to give you a word. Don't you worry, man. Just after this, at the latest meeting, Yanukovych told the EU envoy, and I think it was Merkel's right-hand man, saying that if Russia quits Ukraine, the cost for us is going to be $160 billion worth of assets going overnight. This, of course, wasn't true. Like, they were not going overnight, but on long term, this was what was going to be the loss for the Ukrainian side. And the German economists had calculated $3 billion a year for about 10 years. So roughly 36 billion with the inflation. You can understand what kind of absolute madness and miscalculation both sides had, and this could be an exaggeration on the Ukrainian side because he was quote-unquote pro-Russian, but reality is that indeed Russia was for a huge ton of both trade and also gray and black investment within Ukraine. This was ignored, this was rejected. Why? Because once again, in my opinion, and this is being proven every day, Ukraine wasn't the goal. The goal was having a backdoor into Russia via Ukraine, given that Ukraine and Russia were completely linked at the belly as more or less Siamese twins. And once you would have Ukraine, you could start and also using Russia in a different way. And then getting Russia to be more amenable to Western interests. This, of course, didn't work. And the most important part is that once this was done, so the Maidan government came on, you had this analysis that the first couple of years were extremely negative for Ukraine because they lost Crimea. Nobody tried to understand that the loss of Crimea plus the war in Donbass couldn't have created the major loss of capital and GDP that Ukraine suffered the very first 2 years. You can check it; it's over 25%, and it's just not logical. The wars were, the warring area was extremely limited. Crimea per se was a net loss for Ukraine before Crimea was taken over by Russia, and Russia tried to subsidize it very strongly, both to counter the effects of the isolation that Crimea was part of, because Europe, the US, literally called Crimea a annexed state, so they didn't recognize anything of it. They cut basically Crimea out of Europe. And yet Ukraine, while losing these two huge areas that were net recipients, according to Ukraine, of course, of state funds, started to plunge. And the logic was simple. There was a net loss from the Russian side into Ukraine. And this is it. Ukraine never recognized that part of its, I'd say, GDP was due to Russia, and this kept going despite the state of war that both countries found themselves over Crimea and over Donbass. And now we can see that with a kinetic action on the Russian side, the Ukrainian GDP is not going to come back for at least 10 to 20 years to levels it left in 2021. And that's it. That's the whole point. That's why I want to agree with. I want to agree with Trapped Iron in the sense that I don't know who sold what to Ukraine on the European side, but I think that was the biggest illusion, and that was the biggest mistake the Ukrainians made. And once again, this doesn't mean that it's all good for the Russians to act the way they did, but simply Ukrainian actions were going to have the Russian reaction. And we are seeing that, and this is why it has been a decade of horror for Ukraine in almost every aspect. Okay, Ray, up to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the EU itself. Like, pretty countries in the EU that came in late weren't even supposed to be in the EU at the start. Like, I'm talking about those Baltic states, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania,
Yes.
like the Balkan countries. Like, it was mainly supposed to be France, UK, and Germany. Those ones, and then like the Netherlands and Belgium. Like, those other ones were just like, yeah, because they bring nothing into the table, if that makes sense.
Well, what they brought into the table, honestly, if you want to analyze it, it's a streamlining of the sanitary cordon around Russia. And the best part of it was also the isolation of the Kaliningrad exclave, because right now it's a Russian exclave.
They have Belarus, but right by it, and then there's that
There's
road that
still
leads
this.
to it.
No, because you still need to go through either Poland
Yes,
or
you got
Lithuania to get over.
you got
That's why there's
But
this.
isn't there like a specific road you can take that takes you
Yeah,
there?
it's the Suvlaki or
yes,
whatever
Suwalki.
corridor.
It's a Suwalki gap, but that's the thing. That is a how can I'm gonna tell this without using a very specific term that is gonna betray my formation. I'd say that it's a goodwill gesture on the Baltics.
The neighboring country? Yeah.
No. But in this case, the Baltics, they had to do that if they didn't want to get their teeth kicked in from the Russians. They reneged this recently when they established a blocus for a couple of goods at the border. But the biggest situation, as I said, and Kremlin knew it immediately, and that's why I saw the 100 going up. Those were accepted both in NATO and the EU because they literally choked the exclave out of Russia and out of Belarus. However, this is the biggest problem. Those three countries, yeah, I'm going to let you come in. Those three countries are an exclave themselves because once you turn it around, the military capability of the three countries is literally a fraction of what Ukraine could muster, and therefore they are a nuisance and a tripwire for NATO towards Russia. So Russia put itself in that sense in a very tricky situation with Kaliningrad and also with Belarus. But that's for another space, another matter. Yes, go on, Kremlin.
Yeah, so just to kind of explain this to go a little bit, like after the fall of the wall, basically the unification of Germany, the whole idea initially, like going back, let's say after World War II, the idea was that Stalin would actually agree to withdraw his troops from East Germany and allow the reunification if Germany follows the path of Austria and puts it in their constitution. They are neutral. They will not join in military alliances nor let foreign troops on their land, right? However, this didn't happen. We all know what happened after that in 1991, the fall of the Soviet Union and the Iron Curtain, the reunification of Germany. In the end, Gorbachev, we all know this, they had like this verbal agreement. Okay, listen, we're okay with it, with reuniting Germany. Actually, fun fact, the USSR was more in favor of reunifying Germany than the UK, for instance. Keep that in mind. So these motherfuckers didn't want Germany reunified because West Germany already had a bigger GDP than the UK. And, anyways, they knew that within the European Union they would become the biggest and strongest. They were okay with that. No expansion of NATO, right? However, that shit went in total flames. 1997, a few countries were added, and the most important country, and we can actually see this in the geopolitical space of Eastern Europe, the most important country that was added to NATO was Poland, because first of all, its positioning, it's close to the former USSR, it's close to Belarus, to Kaliningrad, right? It's geographically very well put. It's got a nice population, or at least it had, during that time, it had like a little bit over 40 million people. And the historical context of Poles kind of like despising, obviously, both Germans and Russians. So they were a perfect peon within this game. And later on, as Three pointed out, they gradually added more countries, like Hungary, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic, basically like slowly but surely creeping in. First from the Baltic region, right? And then the next step they did was immediately in 2004 at the Baltics, because in the 1990s Russia was very weak. It basically went from pretty weak early 90s to severely weak towards the end of the 90s. However, in the early 2000s, it was already obvious that Russia was kind of starting to regain its strength. So they immediately moved in and added in 2004 all three Baltics plus Romania, Bulgaria. This was like absolutely fucking strategical. If you look at the armies that those countries had, and I can personally speak for Romania. Also, I know a lot of stuff about Bulgaria. Like, the armies were abysmal. They were. You have to understand, like in early 2000s, we stopped having what's it called, mandatory military service. The A lot of people were basically bribing their way out of military service because it was so fucking horrible. Even if it was just 6 months, it was so horrible. The conditions were so bad because it was all underfunded. Like, you have to understand, you wouldn't have like toilet paper, soap in your garrison, all this sort of stuff, broken windows that you would have to pay for yourself, all this bullshit. It was insane. The equipment was old. You wouldn't get to use an actual rifle during that period, just like once or something like that. If you would shoot a magazine through your 6 months of military service, that was like, whew, incredible. It was absolutely shit. But the reason they did it was to have access. Basically, once those countries became part of NATO, you had access to their land and airspace, right? So they wanted to secure the Baltic flank as fast as possible towards Russia. If you just look at the map of Europe, right? And then the Black Sea. The Black Sea, you have Romania and Bulgaria. You already had Turkey and Greece in NATO ever since the Cold War. You just made a huge, big flank of it. And in 2008, they wanted to close off the Black Sea. George Bush, there was a summit in Bucharest in April 2008, right here, where they also invited Vladimir Putin, and they basically kind of like wanted to rub it in his face that, you know, we're going to propose to add Georgia and Ukraine to NATO and try to close off the what's it called, the Black Sea, as soon as possible, because in 2007 Putin was already kind of telling these guys, you know, you're really not treating us properly. You're kind of like going back on all these treaties we had ever since the Soviet Union. In the Munich, his famous speech at the Munich Security Council in 2007. So these guys basically rushed in, tried to secure as many countries as possible within NATO before Russia actually regains proper strength. And we know what happened in Georgia, 5-day war. They fucked around. The Georgians fucked around with the separatist regions. They got their teeth kicked in. Saakashvili, you know the famous picture of him eating his tie. And later on, they tried to do the same with Ukraine. Also, keep in mind, 2004, there were these color revolutions. One was in Georgia and another one in Ukraine. However, the one in Ukraine was partially successful and then reverted. That's why you had Maidan in 2013. It was. So just a little bit of historical context so you kind of understand why they're doing this, why they're adding. I keep telling everyone, like a lot of these Eastern European countries, like obviously, like Three said, the Baltics. The Baltics currently have a total population of, let me do the math, it's a little bit over 4 million, 4.5 million. So, and a lot of these are still Russians. Like I would say 10 to 15% of the population out of those 4 million still like ethnic Russians. So basically just 4 million. Out of 4 million, which is like 2 Ukrainian oblasts, what army do you think you can raise? 50, 70, maybe 80,000. That's fucking it. They're just a tripwire. And like Romania and Bulgaria, they're a little bit more important. Bulgaria, not so much. It's also very small in terms of population and such. Romania, let's say you can kind of do something, but still the population here has been... the army right now is still very unequipped, like heavily under-equipped. We just bought some F-35s that are going to arrive in 2030 and about 50 Abrams. In terms of air defense, we have like 28, Patriot launchers with a single round of missiles each. That's all we have. We have like under 200 missiles. That's all we have in terms of like modern air defense. The other stuff is like things from the 60s, 70s, Soviet era stuff. And even those, I think they pretty much shipped them, almost all of them, to Ukraine, what was still functioning. Yeah, and a couple of Gepards. And that's it. So, yeah, just wanted to provide a little bit of context. Thanks.
And it was perfect, Kremlin. Actually, you reinforced what I said, and you went way deeper and said it exactly the way, even better than what I could have put it out. Okay, guys, if I may, I would like to thank you very much for being here, and I'll cut it because it's over 5, and in about like 20 minutes, my kids are gonna come around. And yes, thank you very much for everything. Have a nice day, and see you soon, hopefully with way better news about Avdiivka and Kupiansk. And I'm going to start reposting the thread that was lost under the previous handle. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, and see you soon.